Okay, this is attempt number 2 to get the transcoder. And I got it, second try. All right. Hello, this is stream number 436. I'm going to be experimenting with Webgl. Learning, experimenting, same thing to me. So I have some links here. There's actually an example of Webgl in U, which I'm going to compare with what I have so far. And there's this page that I've been looking at, the main Webgl MDN page. There's a tutorial there, and I also found a tutorial on Den's website. And there's also the spec for Webgl. I doubt that I'll be descending into that, but who knows? Web specs are kind of fun, right? And I think my objective is to try to draw some tiles from my game into the view that I have. Let me get the code up and running. And hey there, Dr. Padawan. Forgot to say hi. You said hi during the first attempt to get the transcoder, which failed. So you're number 1, though. MetroDev, how are you doing? And greetings, Program C17R. How are you? Aura Driven, how are you? Hi. Hey. Okay. And Rambane TR, hello. You're always number 1. Yes, it's like you're ready to go. Okay, so UI npm run dev, and then I need another terminal where I'm going to just run the backend orchestrator localhost. All right, that's not what we're running. We're running to a test environment. Okay, and then we can show the screen here. So login as admin. We have the green rectangle from yesterday. I wanted to test something. What happens if, like, I take another window, like, I don't know, and just make another window and drag it across here. Okay, so it does. It's either I guess it's redrawing from a copy. Yeah, because I'm only clearing once, right? And I'm not drawing again, so it must have that same buffer. The drawing we're doing is down here. There's a couple changes I want to make to this code based off of what I was looking at the example from you, which is right here, I think. Yeah. I noticed that they had a rendered function, and so I don't think I need to have this init function. I can just leverage the rendered function in U. So they talk about it being a lifecycle method. And I think the reason why I haven't seen it before is it's an optional lifecycle method. Hey there, TS Jost. How are you today? Yeah, no, Webgl. Yay. Twitch is broken as usual. Refuses to load anything. I'm sorry. Hey there, Sarian. Hi. DNS is being attacked. Uh-oh. Hey there, Uber Unix. How are you today? IPv4 Cloudflare was down for a few hours today? Wow. Twitch has been broken for... Well, Twitch is always broken one way or another. Good to have a reason to be on Twitch again, just like the old days? Yeah, just like the old days. Okay, so apparently this rendered component lifecycle method, which is optional, does what I ended up doing myself with this init method, which is called by this... I rigged my own callback during creation. So even though that works... The right way, so to speak, in U is to leverage the rendered lifecycle method. So I was playing around with this before the stream. I think the way to do it is I hit Control dot on not on that impl, but on this impl, and it says implement default methods. So the basically optionally overridden methods, and looked at the bottom. So it added rendered and destroyed. So we don't need destroy. At least. Actually, maybe if we need to destroy the Webgl context, this is where we might do it, right? But I'll worry about that later. So rendered, right? Does the order matter? I kind of want to know what the order is. Create, update, change, view. Okay, so it is at the bottom. All right. So I think this is where I would want to do the equivalent to do the code I had in init. So I'm just going to grab all that code and paste it into this rendered. Right? And I only really want to do it on first render. So let's say if not first render return. All right. And then let's get rid of init. Okay, so that's going to break where we call it down here. Yes. So delete that, which is going to break because we're not using init. So let's drop init. And then where we have this callback, we don't need that, right? Still need the on new props, I think, unless we want to do that in render. I think I'd want to keep that. Because this doesn't have to do much with the rendering. This has to do with the middleware, so to speak, the controller stuff. Hey there, A squared. Still understand why you've yet to build some paid courses? Well, I'm kind of working up to that. I have some YouTube free stuff. Well, I get ad revenue from it, but I figure that if I get more practice with that and it becomes easier to do, then sure, maybe paid courses, but I don't know. That's a lot of work. Started looking at very low level stuff today. Having fun with no standard Rust. Wow, hardcore, man. We're gonna get our free instructables then? I know. Gotta get them from somewhere. Get them while they last, I guess. I was actually starting to plan the next, you know, not exactly free because there's ads, but the next YouTube video, which is to cover WebSockets. Started planning that. I haven't done it yet. You totally pay for a Fragment mentorship? Ah, thank you. I'm flattered. Hold on. My window's covering something. All right. Meme Clear Bombs, how are you today? Cooking stuff in his RV? Wait a minute. Yeah, that's a different... Is that Breaking Bad? I've never seen... I have yet to watch that series. Hey there, Buff Seagull. Okay, so I just changed this to make sure it still works. So now our getting our WebGL context should be from init. It didn't reload though. Oh, this problem. We're running into this problem, huh? Where I have to stop npm and stop Webpack and run it again. Watched it. Hold on. Watched it a few weeks ago. It's pretty good. Yeah. Did you watch it all like as in binge watched it? Yeah, I know people recommend it to me, but I just don't have time to watch TV. Not a terrible ending like most other series. That's a good point for it. Hey there, Nui and Red Sky 1. How are you two? Hello and hello. All right, so this reloaded. Cool. So we got our WebGL context. Yay. A couple other things that I kind of noticed doing some research in the background is that it's probably excessive to do WebGL 2 rendering context. We could probably just drop to how do I do this? Yeah, just a WebGL rendering context. So this one is based on OpenGL ES2. A WebGL 2 rendering context is based off of OpenGL ES3. And it's not completely supported yet everywhere, notably Safari. Not until not unless you try turn on the experimental feature for WebGL 2 or use a, what do they call it, like a forward-looking beta build. So we'll stick with WebGL 1. It's OpenGL ES2. It should be good enough for us. Mr. Raimo, you code with a pen? Yeah, kid, my math is pure. That must be from Breaking Bad, which I still haven't seen. No spoilers. So this should not break it, right? Oh, I have broken it. Probably because the type is not the same here. Why is this a problem? Can't infer type for T on option. Okay. Oh, is this not WebGL rendering context? Did I misspell it or something? Let's just change it here and here. And probably here too. Probably broke it by that mass rename. No, this is still a problem. Oh, I need to import it. No? Maybe it isn't, maybe it's 1 instead of 2. I'll have to look this up. Hey there, Tim. How are you doing? I'm watching you doing your marketing for the Accelerate. You guys should watch Tim perfect. Hold on. Perfect the marketing campaigns of indie developers. WebGL 2 for GLES 3. It's not confusing at all. Yeah, I know. Different version numbers for different things. Yeah, it can be quite confusing. I need to go look into you, I guess, to see what name they gave it. Or actually, I guess I could steal it from here. In their example, I think they used GL1. WebGL rendering context. Is that the problem? Oh, it's probably a feature I need to enable. I keep forgetting that. That WebGL, everything is feature gated. Like, super low granularity. Or is that high granularity? Yeah. Whatever. There's a lot of fine granularity in the feature set there. Okay, now it's good. But I touched cargo, Tom, so it's probably gonna screw things up for this. Yeah. So, oh, it's still building, that's why. I was too impatient. Perfect it you will, your first time out. Yeah, exactly. I have complete and utter confidence in you, Tim. Reload. Okay. Cool. So, back to it not being broken. One step at a time. So we did 2 things, right? Yeah, I guess you guys helped me, right? We moved getting the GL context to the rendered function, life cycle method, and we're downgrading to WebGL 1 so it's more portable, like it should run in Safari now. What's next? What else did I notice from their example here? Oh yeah, there was they had a slightly different way to get the GL context to do the typing. They did dine into. And I looked that up at some point, and it said it performs a dynamic cast checked at runtime of this value to the target type. And I had done it with 2 intos. So I'm not sure which way's better. This way, my way, is infallible, apparently. But their way is fallible, as seen by the unwrap. So I don't know. I think I would prefer an infallible way to get it. Into is infallible, right? So yeah, I'm not sure why the dine into. I think I'm just gonna pass on that one. Oh yeah, and this I read about on this WebGL tutorial, that what you want to do in WebGL is to use the Windows request animation frame. That's considered best practice, I think. Or I don't know if it's best practice, but it's what's recommended. Whereas in OpenGL and Direct3D, we should implement the loop ourselves in WebGL. According to this guy, the correct approach is to use the request animation frame. So that the U example did it too, so I figured it's probably best to do that. They did use something called the render service. So that's what I think we need to do. Although I think this might be, is this old? I thought I saw in their documentation that this doesn't need a self. Let's find it. render service. Yeah, this doesn't have a self, so I don't know why they went through new here. In fact, new isn't even a method we can call, so I don't quite understand that. I think we just go to yeah, so this is just getting the canvas. Another thing I don't understand is why this entire thing isn't gated by first render. It seems to me like you'd only want to do this on first render. This doesn't really explain why either. So I don't really get it. I'm gonna pass on that and keep that early exit. So let's have this be done in render and request in the animation frame callback. What did they call it in their example? They call it or there's a render message, right? So let's also add a render message. Render. This F64 is the timestamp, which I think it might be nifty to do a debug message for, at least at first. Okay, so control dot on that to fill the match arm. That's still on my clipboard. I didn't delete it, right? All right, okay. I want to move this to like right here. And we'll do the same thing that they do for the same reason. Up here, or is it down, up, down, whichever way. They have this big comment saying that it can get quite large, so good practice is to have it into a different function, right? A lot of helpful commenting there, just to tell us that we should have a method. So let's just do it. Let's call it render. They call it render GL, right? I'm gonna call it stage because I like to give a nice, better name for it. And then this is timestamp, right? Well, thank you for that follow. I appreciate that. So render stage. It's going to be a new method of our own implementation here. We can collapse these for now. So like right here, actually these are out of order. Mute self timestamp is an F64. Let's relocate this there. Okay. Let's just have for now, oh, right. Get rid of some old bookmarks there. Bookmark there. Yeah. Let's move that to there. And I believe that it's a if I understand it correctly, requesting animation frame is a one-shot deal. So you always want to do it again at the end. So since that's common code, unlike what they did in the example, I think I'm going to have a common function that does that. It's the same, this exact same code is copied here for some reason. I don't know why they did it that way. Let's do it better. Yeah, let's do it better. And I guess we'll call it like schedule next animation frame or request animation. Let's just call it request animation frame. Request animation frame. I don't, yeah, we'll need to mutate self because we need to hold on to that task, right? Okay, so this is self, no. I'm cheating by looking at it. I don't know why they box it. Other than that they didn't want to use a strong type. I'm not going to box it. Render service, which we can import. Request animation frame. Callback is self.link.callback. And it's going to be message render. And yeah, I need to store that. So self dot render task dot replace, I guess. So we need a storage for that. That dependency line is getting too long. Yeah, it is. It was. Sorry, I need to clean that up. Cats like boxes, but what is a box in this case? So really, really high level, a box is a way you keep something on the heap rather than keeping it on the stack. So look what Sarian said, right? A lot of the time that's useful for when you don't know the exact type and therefore you don't know the exact size of the thing. Box will at runtime allocate the exact amount of memory you need. And so the user of the box doesn't need to know the size of the thing in the box. And so like if I show you the declaration for how they stored it, they use dyn task. Task is a trait. So this is just this is not a concrete type. So we don't know the size of the thing in the box. I think that's kind of yucky in Rust. I typically don't do this unless I need to have the code handle one of many different types. It needs to be open-ended. In this case, it doesn't make sense because we know the exact type of the task. It's a render task. So I'm not going to use box here, but yeah. They used box here because they don't know the size of the task, or they choose not to deal with the size of the task, so they just let box handle it by at runtime box. Actually, I think what happens is there's something called monomorphization, or I'm not using the right term, but I'm sure Sarian or someone will correct me on it. At compile time, where we actually create the box, this handle, the type will actually be known, and so this new will know exactly. It'll know the exact type, and so it'll know the exact amount of memory to allocate. But once it's stored elsewhere in the code, it doesn't need to know the size anymore because it's indirectly handled through a box. Dynamic dispatch, yeah. Your mind is dying now? There's a rough equivalent to box in C++ would be a pointer to a base class, Tim. So imagine if you had like shape class and then derived classes circle, triangle, square. This would be like taking a square, getting the address of that square, and storing it as a pointer to shape. So at the time we know it's a square, but when we just hold on to it by pointer, it's a smart pointer because the moment you drop the box, it's like, so more closely it'd be like in C++ a unique or shared pointer to a shape base class, right? When you see dyn, think vtable or base class. You can box it. Sure, you can box a concrete type, but you can also box an unsized, a trait. Which a trait is like an abstract class in C++. Doesn't get monomorphized here. Doesn't it get monomorphized here because this type is concrete? Well, okay, that's the wrong term. Monomorphize implies that it's generic, and this is not generic. There's no generic typing here. But the compiler knows the type of handle. It's not going to be a dyn task. It's going to be whatever request animation frame returns, which I think is a render task. And so we didn't have to put it into a box. We could have just said some handle. We'd have to know the actual concrete type here instead of just leaving it open like that. Type info, yeah, okay, so what A squared said is what I would agree with. That the type info, we had it, but we discarded it and let the box hold on to it by its vtable. So, there we go. Hey there, Mr. Balrog. I should say some highs, the catch up there. Cheesgy hi. Welcome to the stream, and Silent Z. Box equals vtable, that's a good way of remembering it, yeah. And Mr. Balrog, how are you doing? Terrible king, but made a great ruler. All right, add that to the dad joke database. All right, anyway, long story short, I think I can just use the concrete type, whatever this returns. It returns a render task, so we can just say render task. Where my state? Right here, right? So, no, here. option render task. I just need to import that type. No idea why the U developers discarded the type. I think it's kind of weak to do that. Maybe they intended to use it with some generic code later that could handle any task. I don't know. But we don't need to do that. We can handle it by its concrete type. Render task none. Okay, this GL is really self.stagegl. Oh, this whole thing has to be gated by if let sum GL equal self.stagegl reference, right? Yeah, because it's an option, right? Cool. We're not using the timestamp. Hey, let's use the timestamp. Why not? Debug. Timestamp. Kind of just want to see it. It's probably going to flood my debugger, or my console rather, but I at least want to see it to begin with. Whoop, wrong key. Import debug from log, yep. Okay, so render stage is what we want to do inside of the message handler, or render. Right, I'm doing that. But then after rendering, we want to request animation frame, right? And then we also want to do this down here in rendered. Right there, right? Okay, so now it should be doing it on the animation frame. Should be clearing constantly now, if I did this right. Console. There we go. It's doing it quite quickly. Let me log out so it should stop at that point, right? Yep. Okay, so got a GL context, and then looks like this must be milliseconds, right? So roughly every 15 milliseconds, we were able to re-render the frame. That's cool. I don't think I need to actually watch that then. Don't need to do that. Too much debugging. Let me catch up in chat. What do you call a car built for eggs? A Volkswagen. Nice. You got a smile from Mr. Balrog, so I think that was accepted. Maybe it's for extensibility and they decided to take that trade-off. I don't know. I would think in an example like this, they should not do stuff like that, because people are going to be like, probably just blindly copying what they did, which is unnecessary, right? I don't know. I guess it depends on what they did with render loop. Maybe they did something else with it. No, literally did nothing with it. They just hold on to it with a comment saying, we have to hold on to it, otherwise it's dropped and the render won't occur, which is true. So I don't know. I don't know why. Anyway. We're not using the timestamp yet, so let's just put an underscore in front, which tells Rust that we're not really using it yet, but that it still has a name, so we might use it in the future. Okay. I'll probably want to do better than this, like, rather than just put something in the console, we probably want to put some alternative thing in the DOM saying, like, WebGL is required to view the game world or something like that. So let me get rid of this and maybe put to do. We ought to put something in the DOM to tell the user that our app requires WebGL to see the game world. Okay, am I done with this for now? Doesn't change. Yes. Okay, cool. Let me check it in. Make it some incremental progress. In case it makes sense to ever use another struct to implement that trait, the box trait object is better. Hold on, what did I miss? Extensibility. Why did Eminem prefer the Johnson & Johnson vaccine? You only get one shot. That must be one of his lyrics. You said if it makes sense to ever use another struct to implement a trait, the box trait object is better. Yeah, but I can't think of why. In this case, they would have any other trait other than, any other task other than the render task, because it's literally called render task, isn't it? It's literally called render frame. I mean, render loop. It's called render loop. Render loop is always going to be a render frame, as a render task. I keep mixing up my words. Render loop is always going to be a render task because that's what request animation frame always returns. So my guess is that they must have copied this from some other example where they had the possibility of multiple types for some kind of task handle. You know, and that might also explain why they called it handle, which is sort of an odd name here. It's literally called a render task. They should say task or render task. And I don't know why they called it render loop too. That's a weird name. That implies that there is a loop. In this case, it's not a loop. It's a task which is maintaining a callback when the animation frame is granted, right? So I don't know. I don't know why why do people pick names like that? I don't know. Okay, this is switch to Webgl 1 from 2. Hey there, Prof Elements. And hey there, Radon 90. I'm a little judgy today, aren't I? I should lay off the judgment. Hey there, Right Kill. And Nightshade Dude. I notice that sometimes they get kind of judgmental. It's a bad trait to have. Let's just try to stage only the difference, oh, this is a little weird. I guess I'll stage that line first. And then stage that line. That works. Oh, this is going to be messy because I moved the stuff around. Okay, never mind. We'll just make that one bullet item. Once again, doing two things in one commit. It's a bad habit of mine, but, you know, could have worse bad habits. So, switch to Webgl 1 from 2. The other one was use render service to, I guess, schedule our Webgl rendering to happen based on requested animation frames. Oh, I don't need that debug anymore, right? That's probably an unused import. Also, elements unused. So let's also say removed unused use. Unused uses? Yeah, we didn't use element. 2 to 1. Render service and its associated type render task. We don't need init anymore. We're adding render. It got moved down to render. This got, oh yeah, sort methods by name. The realm server key got moved down to there because of its name. This is part of that. Okay, I got rid of that initial init because render does it now. There we go. Okay, that's good. So summary of this is cleanup of Webgl framework, baseline. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. We got a lot of messages about pixmap is not a null pixmap. I think that's Git Cola that was really super chatty there. I think that might be as far as like cleaning up my code to kind of follow the same of most of the example. There's still some elements in there I opted out of. Okay, they have an expect if it's not initialized. Whereas I think I just... what did I do? I just have an if let. So it does nothing if we don't have an OpenGL context. I kind of like my way better. Because what's the point of crashing with that? Well, actually, no. Maybe they have a point, because then there should be no way for us to get into this unless we got an OpenGL context, right? Maybe that is better. Yeah, maybe that's better. Hey there, Lazy Guru. And Ootsby. How are you two doing? A lot of frameworky systems that provide a hook for the parts of the game that refer to calls that way. Thing is, though, it's not really a loop per se. If anything, it's a one-shot timer that we keep reinitializing. Hey there, Lumacode. I really need a haircut. Hair gets so long, it starts to cover my ears. And then it starts to wing out. It's a loop content, I suppose, but I don't know. Again, I'm being too judgy. I need to lay off my judgment today. Oh, I've seen that before. That's a way to do what exactly? Oh, maybe I haven't seen this before. I thought I'd seen that before, but this is actually loading a file at compile time somehow? That's really interesting. I might look into that just now. I want to fix that one first, though. Yeah, this will silently ignore if we don't have something we should have at this point, right? So, yeah, let me try to code it myself without copying. So let GL equal, well, the naive thing would be self.stage GL dot, yeah, I guess expect. A WebGL context, or the WebGL context, was somehow dropped. Or how about just missing WebGL context? Because that doesn't imply that we had it, it just says we either didn't have it or we no longer have it. Yeah, and I can't avoid remembering that they had an asref, which is the correct way to do it, right? That turns an option of something into an option of a reference of something. Or it turns a reference to an option of something into an option of a reference. So then the expect will unwrap that to a reference, which is what we want. So then you can just do that. Lumi is stalking you, you're sure of it. Are you guys friends on Twitch? Because if so, that you can stalk your friends, I've learned. Because you can see what channel your friends on Twitch are watching. And then you can go flip to the channel they're in. Hi, Anakin Luke. You guys hear a flute in the background? That's one of my kids in school. You might only hear it when I'm talking, though, because of my noise gate. Yep. I should just keep mumbling so that you can hear the flute in the background. Alright, what was the other thing here? Oh, include string. I wanted to look into that, because I'll probably want to do the same thing, right? Rust include string. Oh, it's a standard macro? I didn't know that. Learn everything. I learn things new every day. At compile time, that's nifty. Interpret in a platform-specific way at compile time. Self-resistance and invocation of the Windows path containing backslashes would not compile correctly. Okay, on Unix, yeah. Sure. Alright. Good to know. Did I have a beard the last time I saw you? Probably. I think this has been on for the last 4 or 5 years? Oh, Carter, no, he's got a flute. A legitimate flute. Not sure if you've ever purposely grown a beard. For me, it's difficult not to have a beard. Constantly it's growing. Back to their example. Okay, what follows here is what I'm going to add in a little bit, so I'm going to keep this up. I think now what I want to do is get the texture that I want to use for my game, and then just draw it. Well, yeah, with yeah. So I'll want to do what they're doing. I'll need to have some shaders, but they can be like really simple shaders, and I think it's better to just look at what they have rather than try to remember this from memory. Remember from memory. How else could I remember it if not from memory? Is that really required? Because the other example I was looking at didn't have that. Okay, we're done with this one. Yeah, they didn't have it here. Hold on. This one declares... Oh, the other one... Was the other one using hard-coded? Oh, no, it declared it. I've got too many tabs. I'm going to do something similar to here, where I don't need a 4-dimensional vector input. I think that's excessive. Yeah, I was complaining about this last week too. These matrices are just overkill, as well as going 4-dimensional with it. We can go 2-dimensional like the U example, I think. This is probably just also already a default in the shader language. Makes me want to look it up though, but not right now. Okay. I think on the very first like render is where I want to get stuff like the shader program. So let's have a function that does that init. Init stage, maybe? There. Well, why not give it the GL and then we can go directly to it. Probably don't need self, right? GL is a Webgl rendering context. Actually, no, it's mutable because I'm gonna end up holding on to like references to the shader program. Okay. So let Vertex Shader include string. What did they name it in their example? Just basic, okay. I like that idea, just calling it basic. And when did they create it here? They did it in render. I don't know why they would do this. Why would they compile the shader program in render? That means every single frame they're compiling the shader program. They probably just did it for simplicity, right? That seems really silly though. Like, you only need to do this once. What, like, I don't want to call it basic. That's too much copying of the other guy. How about pass through? Vert. Frag. Alright. Ever glanced at the V language? I don't think so. Are you writing your own game engine? I'm writing my own game engine, yeah. I'm not going to be using Phaser because I'm moving to Rust, and Phaser is a JavaScript library. And I might consider using a Rust game library if there was one, but I'm not even sure there is one. And also, when I was using Phaser with JavaScript, someone said, hey, you should just go straight to WebGL. It's not that hard. And I'm like, yeah, maybe. We'll look into it. So I'm taking the opportunity to like at least try to see how hard it would be to just go straight to WebGL. And then for audio, I'd probably just go straight to Web Audio through the WebSys IDL interfaces. Rust. That's right. Rust. Everything Rust. And hello, by the way. It's a dub. Okay, so I need these files to exist, right? Does it make sense to put it here? Probably. They have extensions to help me with vert and frag files? Okay, maybe later. Okay, so this is a really basic example. We need attribute. Vec2 I don't need a color, do I? Actually, I do, because I'm going to be mapping a whole texture, right? Although I could start with something that doesn't need a texture, just to make sure this works. So we'll just start with a position. What is this? Why do they put these little funny characters in front? What did the guys in U do? Yeah, they did that too. I don't know why. What's this A mean? Oh, does that stand for attribute versus uniform? Is that just a convention I've never seen before? Should I just buck the trend and call it position? just to be a real dick about it? And maybe come back and fix it later. So this is the fragment shader, right? Like, I think I just said GL, yeah, GL position is, let's just do a pass through. Okay, and then the vertex, fragment shader. Right, sets GL color, right? Or GL frag color. And yeah, it's always a vec4, right? A nice, slightly desaturated green. I don't need anything else, right? I don't have a uniform. Okay. Okay, so those are included as strings. Should see in there. All right, so then, why learn something when you can copy, right? I'm just gonna look at their example for reference. Yeah, let's just deal with the shader program for now. So it's create shader, right? So then, we can do it here. Create shader. GL. What's GL? That's just the rendering context. Is it that? Vertex, it is. And then fragment shader, right? Okay, so it's possible that we can't create one? I think I might try to handle this a little bit intelligently by saying we might get an anyhow error. And then where we call init GL, let's catch it. Looks like I'm not calling it yet. Oh, it's supposed to be init stage, not init.gl. Yeah, right here, I could say, if let error same kind of thing here, right? This is an error, though. Unable to initialize stage. Wait a minute. I don't understand this. Expected and anyhow. Oh, I'm dumb. This should be result. That. And then at the end we gotta say, okay, no error. And then here I can then put a context. Unable to create Vertex Shader. Same thing here, right? Dot context. Unable to create Fragment Shader. There are some libraries. Oh yeah, Amethyst. Okay. I mean, I'd probably take a look at them at this point, like if I need something more elaborate or if I get stuck on something. But really, I don't need that. I don't really need a whole lot in terms of graphics, right? Even what I have so far in production, it really is just drawing quads with some text and some like rotating glyphs. That's it, right? This is really simple stuff. I'm not going to need a whole lot from this. Is this one of those features I need to have? Probably. Need Webgl Shader. See, I knew to jump directly to that. Maybe I should, it's time to clean this up now. It's too long. Alright, the alternative syntax here is to do like dependencies dot web sys, right? Can't spell. And then I can go multi-line, right? And then I can pull these out. Like that. Paste. And then replace all of these, right? With comma enter. And then go that way. And then delete this one. And now we can read it again. Wait, what were we talking about, OR driven? I need to go back and chat to see what we're talking about. Oh, the V language? Big promises the guy made? Okay. Don't know if you could still find his initial claims. You're talking about the V language, right? Is that the context? Alright. Anyway. Still can't create a shader. Why not? Takes one argument. Oh, how did they use it? Oh, you create it and then you say shader source. So I don't do, I do this as a separate step. So then, I should just put that here, right? Vertex shader dot shader source. Right. Wait a minute. Oh, it's on the graphics context. That's wild. Not very object-oriented, is it? And then that probably has an unwrap. Oh, that doesn't have an unwrap. Okay, fine. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. VLang is just a transpiler to C last time you've heard about it. Okay. Transpiler to C, not even well. It sounds like it's just not evolved very far. Did the person just run out of motivation? Or they hit some kind of block and went on to something else, maybe? GL loves its global state. Well, it's mostly that it's not an object-oriented design, right? It's everything's a global. But then this implies sort of that it should have been Vertex Shader dot shader source, or Vertex Shader dot source would have been even better, right? Okay, so then this could be Fragment Shader, frag, get rid of that. I need to include, oh, wait, what? Oh, I need a question mark here, right? Still doesn't like context. No method named context. And there's no action available. I guess I have to import it myself. Oh, I'm probably not depending on anyhow. Oh, I am. So then why can I... Okay, just use anyhow context. I don't know why I couldn't figure that out. Oh, no, there's a problem. Context is private. What? Am I not remembering this right? Hold on. Context. Oh, it's capital C. All right. All right, fine. Why is it capital context and yet, oh, it's, what did they call it? It's a it's a trait that mixes in something. Yeah, that's how it works. So anyhow context implements it for a generic. Got it. So that means I don't even need a name. Like, I could just say as that. That'll still work. I like to do that when I don't actually use the name anywhere. I'm just pulling it in for the side effect of the trait mixing in functions to other types through generics, which is a pretty cool thing, but like, yeah, I like to be explicit about that. They made a lot. Oh, sometimes people are really optimistic. They'll make a lot of claims about what they want it to do. Maybe the way they made the claim, like it will do or it aims to do. One is sort of giving a guarantee in some way, like saying it's guaranteed to. The other one is like we would like it to. Yeah, so it might just be the way that they said it. They're just being too optimistic. It will, or it already does, and it didn't. Moved, huh? Oh, yeah. It just borrows it. Okay. I think we're getting somewhere, finally. I'm a little slow today. It's interesting compiler shader doesn't return a... Oh, that's right. It doesn't return an error. We have to, like... And this didn't even do it. We're supposed to query to see if there are any errors. Let's see if the other tutorial does. Where is the part that actually compiles it, though? Wait, what? Hold on. They're not showing... Oh, view the complete code. Yes, please. I would like to view the complete code. Where do they compile it? Yeah, this is it, right? We should be doing that. And load shader probably also... Oh, that's cool. I didn't know you can double click it to find it. Yes, please. Ah, so yeah, we should be looking at compile status and link status. Okay. I don't know why their example didn't do that. Yeah, we could do it here. Get shader parameter. Get shader parameter. Okay. It's going to return a JS value. Oh, shoot. Am I going to have to interpret that back out? And I've already lost my place. Dang it. Is it here? Oh, it's just a Boolean. Okay, why did they keep it as a JS value then? But yeah, if it's false, then we have to call get shader info log. Interesting. What's WebGL? I don't know. Who said WebGL? I'm using WebGL. Is that what you mean? If you meant WebGL, WebGL is like OpenGL or Direct3D or Metal or Vulkan, you know, that kind of thing, but in the web browser. So there's like a web API you can use from in-browser tech like JavaScript or WebAssembly. I'm using WebAssembly compiled from Rust to get to it, but yeah, it's roughly equivalent to OpenGL ES2, and lets us do graphics drawing in the browser. And yeah, see, I'm gonna run into more problems like this where the example I want to follow is in JavaScript, and I need to kind of get more comfortable with how to adapt that to the WebSys wrapper in Rust for that, because like it's going to give me back a JS value, but I need to interpret it as a Boolean. So if gl.get shader parameter, and then I need to reference one of these, right? Oh no, the web shader comes first, so that's Vertex Shader. And then the parameter name. I don't know what to put for the parameter name. I wonder if it's going to be something like, yeah, I think it's just going to be available here, right? Compile status? Yeah, there we go. And then what do I have to do? Into bool? Not? Is that, I don't know if that's the syntax, the right syntax for it. Or is it as bool? Like JS value. Is this how you do it? I don't remember. Because that alone won't work, right? They like into bool? Or as bool? I can't remember. JS value is in JSSys, right? No. It's in Wasm bindgen. Yes. They have an as bool. Okay. But I have to do, like, expect or something, right? Or unwrap. Okay. Getting there. You're a newbie front-end web dev learning JavaScript now? Okay. I know a little bit, I know enough of JavaScript to get in trouble, and I'm actually trying to move to Rust front-end web dev. So, if this looks strange, it's because I'm using Vue, which is a Rust front-end app framework everything I code here goes into the browser, but as WebAssembly instead of JavaScript. Yeah, they're two sounds, one movie. It's going okay. That's better to learn Go than Rust. Why? I would say more context needed. It's probably better to learn Go than Rust for some context, right? It's probably better to learn Rust rather than Go for some other context. I think it really depends. I should say hi to the Isolate. Hello. And I also forgot to say hi to Euphius. I don't even see where your chat was. I must have missed it a while ago. Sorry about that. Oh, there it is. Hello. Go is easier to learn, but I don't think it's better language for a lot of things. I think all that's highly context sensitive. Easier to learn. So I bet I could find you someone that says Rust is easier to learn than Go. I think it's a matter of experience, context, perspective, that kind of thing. I won't go so far as like some other streamers might do and start to like warn people against making, what is that called? A tautology? Like basically saying X is better than Y. Because usually that's not the case, but I'm not going to be really strict about that. I just kind of like to reply saying, well, such absolutes are very rare. And it's much more typical that given a set of circumstances that it's true, but other circumstances might make it false. So it kind of really depends. All right, so sorry I've been crawling through this. It's just I'm really slow with this. I want to call get shader info log. So I'm guessing it's just get shader info log. Vertex shader again, right? And I get back some kind of string, I'm guessing. Option string. I guess I'm unwrapping it again. So, hold on. I guess I'm doing a return, right? Turn anyhow. Unable to compile Vertex shader. Right? And I don't have the anyhow macro. Use anyhow. There we go. I'm sighing because there's probably a cleaner way using the question mark operator, but it does not coming to me like immediately how to do that. Oh well, I'll come back here or someone tells me there's a nicer way to do that. So, yeah, this is a little bit cumbersome that I'm copy pasting it, but hopefully it's not too bad. Fragment shader. Unable to compile fragment shader. Makes me think I should have, since I'm doing the same thing twice, have a sub-function that does it with the slightly different parameters. You should just tune them out and end up closing chat when the weirdly strident tech opinions start flying. Is that the right word? Tautology? Tautology statement which is always true. Okay, maybe that's not the right word. Maybe I'm thinking about dogma. I don't know. Try to avoid both of those. When it's context sensitive. Okay, so compile, and then link, right? So it's the same thing, only link status. And I have to call link program after, okay, I have to actually create a program and attach shaders to it. Okay, let's do that. I think I do want to make these sub-functions though. Because these are almost exactly the same. Yeah, I think I will in a minute. So let program is GL create program. Okay, there is no create program. Nope, let's not panic. There's a create program. So what's the problem here? Oh, it probably needs Webgl program. Wow. So why would we ever turn on shader without turning on program? That's weird. All right, now they're both on. And this has a possibility of breaking, right? Yeah, we get an option. So context, unable to create Webgl program. Question mark. All right, now next was it to attach shader, right? So, yeah, so GL attach shader, the program and the shader. And fragment shader. And then to link, right? Link program. And then we have to get, again, the program parameter. So it looks a lot like this, right? Get... Oh, it's get program parameter, okay. And this is link status. Unable to link shader program. And it's a program info log of the program. All right, cool. If it succeeds, this program is a what? It's whatever create program is. It is a Webgl program. So I'm going to want to save that. What we're going to call it, pass through program dot replace program. Webgl program, right? This one. Option Webgl program. I didn't get that type right. Oh, probably just need to import it. Yep, there we go. And need to spell that correctly. Hey there, Alaxel Haliax. That's a difficult name for me to say. What are thoughts on Go and its future on backend development? I don't know Go. This is the wrong stream for Go. This is the Rust stream. Nothing against Go, I just don't know it. All right. Okay, so created a program. Now I want to use that program similar to how they have it in this example over here, right? That, yeah, I just want to create like a triangle and put it into a vertex buffer. Yeah, when we're going to draw, we're going to do use program. Do I do this every frame or can I get this once? I could probably just get that once, right? And I believe this is how you fill in a uniform? No, this is A. Hold on, what is this doing? Vertex, I don't even know what this is doing. Vertex Buffer. Right, this is the A position attribute. Why do they say attach the position vector as an attribute for the GL context? And what the heck is this 2? These magic numbers. Okay, I don't know what they're doing here. Like, this rings a bell, but this doesn't really explain what this... It doesn't explain what the 2 is for sure. And why is an I30... I don't know what this means. Okay, this I understand. So this is basically looking up like a token for the shader program's uTime uniform. Uniform means like a global variable, right? And this is setting the value of the global variable time to the timestamp. I understand that. I don't know what this means yet, although it rings a bell. I know what this means though. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this has to do with connecting our Vertex Buffer to our program, so then we call draw arrays. With use program, it actually goes to our data, which is here. I just don't understand what the 2 means. Why is it I32? What do these numbers mean, parameters mean? We have Vertex Buffer. Where is Vertex Buffer used? Okay, it's bound here. Yeah, so this binds the Vertex Buffer to what now? Wait. Create a buffer, bind it, right? This makes it current, right? Yeah, and this loads the data in from here. So then what is this for? Hold on, let me catch up in chat. And ask you what your thoughts are on Rust in the future on backend development. Okay. I think it's in its early days for front end. Back end, it's really, really stable and good for backend development. I've been able to do everything I need on the back end of my game in Rust so far. So the future is looking bright. It's the front end where things are a little bit rough right now. Like the frameworks I'm using are like the U framework, for example, doesn't really give you much for WebGL. They just say, they say, go to WebSys. It's like, okay, fine. I'll descend the level. It tells WebGL the layout of the vertex attribute in the vertex buffer. The 2 means a vec2. Okay, why don't they actually put that in their comment? To me, that's a magic number. But yeah, I think, that does help refresh my memory, that it's giving the schema of the like the mapping of from the buffer to the attribute. Because you can have one vertex buffer with multiple attributes in it, right? Wasn't this like saying that this is like one of these numbers is the stride of like the number of bytes in one vertex, and the other one is saying like the offset. I think one of them's like the offset in that stride, and the other one, and I guess the I32 is saying yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll just have to read the documentation. But it has to do with it's like the vertex buffer can have many different attributes in it. This is one that's saying how to pick this attribute out of the vertex buffer, right? The stride is the second to last 0. That's the stride. And I'm assuming that if it's 0, it just says that basically the stride is the width of the argument. So you only put 0 if... Oh, is 0 the number of bytes to skip to get to the next one? Yeah. And it's starting to come back to me. Yeah. Close your eyes and imagine a world without the MDN web docs. Well, we'd all be probably making our own docs to cover for the missing docs, right? Are there ways to get C functions into Rust? Yeah. You can do using the FFI prof elements. So just look up in the docs, just look up FFI. And I think they have some examples in here. Maybe not here. Maybe not here, but like in the book. FFI. I don't know, one of the Rust books talks about it, but it has to do with using the FFI, which is the foreign function interface. I think this is it right here. You do something like that, and At some point, you have to say that where it's from, though. Well, this is from the C standard library. There's a way you can say like what library to get the actual function from, but you say extern C, and you give this function a signature, and then you can call C from Rust. And then the way to do it the other way around is you do a pub extern C function, no mangle, and then you can call your Rust from C. So, yeah. What consulting work do you do? The last consulting job I did was to make a Windows device driver for audio. Like a virtual audio device driver. My experience is a lot of my experience is in multimedia and networking. But I'm actually getting a job starting the next month, so I won't be doing consulting work anymore because I'm going to be doing full-time work for a company. Back to being a corporate slave, as some people might say. You're going to switch your game over to WebGL? Yes. What are the advantages over using Phaser? I think the advantage, and by the way, hi Cthulhu, I think the advantage is that I get to learn WebGL, and that I might be able to make it more optimized for my situation. But that's pretty much it. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to learn WebGL and maybe make it more optimal for me, I'd probably just switch to a library like Phaser. Only, since I'm moving to Rust, I'd probably just find a Rust equivalent to Phaser. But yeah, that's why the title of the stream was like learning or experimenting with WebGL. That's the primary motivation, is to just relearn it. Do you know who the new job is with yet? I can't say, at least not until I join there. And I probably shouldn't advertise it, but if you know me personally, it'll be in my LinkedIn as soon as I join. I suppose I could ask. The last time they said you should just say, well, forgetting the exact words, but it's like, don't advertise it. You know, at least not until you join the company. It's not open source or anything. It's all proprietary stuff, so can't say much, and probably won't be able to stream at least at first until I get the go ahead. Make sure that the company's okay with it. Do you think by switching over to WebGL would create more work for me? Just for the graphics, but the graphics part isn't really that big a deal for me. Secret government job. If it was, I couldn't tell you. I cannot confirm nor deny it. Mind sharing what kind of work? The same thing that I'm used to doing, just programming. It's a programming job. I was wondering if this hobby you're working on will help you. Well, I think any kind of programming helps you to get a programming job because you can put it on your resume. People can take a look at it. They can say, oh, here are all the different languages he's learned, all the different frameworks he's used. So I think it helps, if not directly, it'll help indirectly, because you get the more practice you do different languages and programming environments, the more hireable you are, the easier it is for you. The more you learn more it helps you indirectly, at least. Couldn't tell him, but then you have to kill him. Well, I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, so I don't have to figure out how to not answer. I could just gracefully deflect. Would you whistleblow if you worked for the NSA? I don't think that it would be in my best interest to answer that question, right? See, now you're gonna try to get me to reveal stuff that I can't reveal. I also might be trolling you guys, you know. Just keep that in mind. I might be leading you on to think that I have a certain job. It's mostly that it's a job where I can't be streaming it, and so I'll be working with proprietary stuff. So gotta be hush hush about what I'm working on, unless I get approval to talk about it. You know. Okay. Where was I here? I think I was figuring out what to do with my program, right? Is memory safe? Am I memory safe? I hope I am. You know, once in a while I do have to be unsafe, but for the most part, yes, I'm memory safe. Is Rust hot in the job market? I don't think so, but I've heard that Amazon and Microsoft and maybe Facebook, was it? Were looking for Rust developers. John who who I like to shout out. Just got a job at at Amazon AWS, I think. They're trying to staff up on Rust, so there you go. And he's able to talk about it because, you know, Amazon being more open source friendly and all that. Oops, I was streaming this proprietary code. Edit, dang it. Yeah, the problem is that once you put something out there on the internet, you can not guarantee that you have control over it anymore. What is AWS doing with Rust? I'm not sure. You'd have to ask John who, or you have to ask John. I think that's his first name, right? Ask him what he's doing with AWS. He probably covered it one of his streams. Okay, I'm really distracted. Maybe I just run this to see if my shader compiles. I just need to make sure I actually call in its stage. Okay, so it is calling it. So if it works, right? Did that recompile? I don't know if it actually recompiled. It didn't recompile. What's the problem? Missing pass-through program. Indeed, I'm missing pass-through program. None. Now you will compile, correct? Your crate has successfully compiled. All right. Unable to compile Vertex Shader, and I didn't get any message. Okay, there's something wrong with my Vertex Shader. What's wrong with my Vertex Shader? This ended up being an empty string for some reason. And that makes me sad. Okay, so I didn't really do much here. Compare with this example. Where was it? Here. Attribute back to position, void main. Do I have to say void there? Maybe that's it. I'm kind of just guessing. Is that recompile now? It is recompiling. Compiling. Compiled successfully. Okay, still can't compile. There's something else wrong. GL position equals position. Yeah, this is a variable that's exchanged with the Fragment Shader. I don't have one of those. Okay, I'm gonna guess it has nothing to do with the actual shader code, because I don't think I could have made it any more simple. So it's got to be with the way I'm loading the shader, right? Unless I got this wrong. Compile status. If not, compile status. Specify shader version? I don't think so. I don't think so. The U example, let me look at theirs. Maybe we have to say that, but they didn't in the other example. They didn't have a void here either. You know, why don't I just copy it direct for now? Right? So it's exactly the same shader that the you guys are using. Let me just eliminate that possibility. I'm gonna guess it's still gonna say it's a compiler error. Yeah, I don't think that it's actually a compiler error. Let me actually make it a compiler error somehow. Like by just saying foobar there. That should be a compiler error, right? Unable to initialize stage, unable to compile. Is that what it said before? Okay, so that didn't help me. It's some other reason why it can't compile it. Child error for streams background music. Do you have position needs to do it via vec4? Yeah, but I'm using this now, and it's still telling me that there's a compiler error. So this should work, right? So I don't think this whole thing is right. It could be that, I suppose. Duh. Info. Vertex Shader source. Recompiling. I wonder if it has something to do with this as bool. Or could it be that I'm calling this in the wrong place? I'm calling this right after getting the context. Could that be a problem? Rolling R. Yes, I can. Bottle Rocket seems like a pretty cool AWS product. Cool. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Let x string equal. This will actually tell me what the real type is. It's a unit. Okay, there is no return value from that. Not this problem again. Urgh. What bugs me is I can't even get my error message back out. It's like there is no error message. Which makes me think it's not actually a compiler error. This is so frustrating. Compile status, right? Get shader info log, get shader info log. I'm not doing the delete shader. I wonder if I need to do that, actually. I don't know if I need to do it or if the drop for this does it automatically. Anyway, different problem, right? What bothers me is they don't even check. Did I do compile shader? Did I forget to do that? Oh, dude, that's what I'm forgetting. I'm forgetting to tell it to compile the damn thing. Compile shader, please. Okay, that makes me feel dumb. All right. And then down here, I need to actually compile the fragment shader. Okay. That would explain it. Yeah, status is you didn't ask me to compile it. In numbskull. All right, it compiled and it linked. All right, so then let me go back to the one I had before. Let me put in a syntax error intentionally so I can see that. Yeah, here we go. Unable to compile a vertex shader. Can you guys see that? Oh, it reloaded. Unable to compile vertex shader error foobar syntax error. Perfect. So now syntax errors will show up. It's a good thing that I verify that, because then if I ever have a problem with the shader now, I should see it as an error message in the app. Dimension mismatch in the shade. Okay, yeah, I think someone was telling me about that, right? This should be like vec4 position 0, 1. I think. Black box debugging. That's why I always try to get like the basic error flow going so that I have some way to see, like now I'm pretty confident that it compiled and it linked, right? Otherwise I would have seen a problem. I guess to force a linker error would be to like try to use a varying that is of a different name. So what if we like assumed that we were going to input a varying here? So their example over here did that, right? They had a varying in the there was share. Yeah. So what if I said varying medium p vec for color or something like that? Now, when that recompiles, it shouldn't link. Uh-oh, it linked. Did I tell it to... Is that not a linker error? To use something in the fragment shader that's not declared in the vertex shader? I don't need these voids also, right? Maybe I need to use it. Oh, you think it might be optimized out? Well, let's just say color. That should definitely be a problem, right? Waiting for the WebAssembly. There we go. Unable to link shader program. Varying color does not match any vertex varying. There we go. All right, cool. Verified. Okay. So the idea is that I want to draw like a triangle, because that's like a rite of passage in OpenGL and WebGL and that stuff, right? So I'm going to take out the green background, make it black. 0, 0, 0, 1. I don't think we need to say the to-do anymore. Really? I have to make them floats? Fine. And then, okay, so I'm going to need a vertex buffer. I need to do that attribute map binding, right? Prefer to look at the U example. Okay, let's do it. So I probably only need to create the vertex buffer once, right? I don't know yet, so we'll just create it inside of the render. Here. Yep. Okay, so let VBO is GL create buffer unwrap. Oh, thank you for the follow. We can create a float array in JavaScript directly from a slice. Could that could I have used that trick here back when I was signing keys? Oh, I already did it. I was already doing that. Okay. Yeah, all right. Never mind. I already knew that. So let triangle. So let's do the top point of the triangle. So that would be like 0, and then it'd be like a third of the way down, so like negative 0.5. That's a quarter. That's fine. And then the second point would be lower left, so that's like negative 0.5 and 0.5, and then the right, which is 0.5, 0.5. All right, so let triangle, let's move it into JavaScript immediately. What was I using? I was prefixing JSS. Okay. Float 32 array from triangle as slice. Okay, and then find it. Find buffer, right? Yep. Don't mind me alt-tabbing to cheat to make sure. Yeah, array buffer. And then it's the address. I have to say sum. Oh, because a bind of none would be to unbind it. Yeah. VBO, right? And then to get the data in is this buffer data with array buffer view. It's a very long name, don't you think? And then array buffer again. Okay. Because you can also have like things like an index buffer, for example. Verts, so this is triangle, and then static draw says how often are we going to change the data. So that actually moves it into the GPU, right? And then this is attaching the attribute. Let's skip that. Let's just go to draw arrays for now. I think I missed something here. This probably needs another feature, right? Create buffer. What feature do I need now? This one, right? I need Webgl Buffer. So many features. Changing out alkaline batteries and flashlight, it's dead because it leaked. Yeah, I hate it when that happens. I always forget to take the batteries out of things that I'm not going to use for months. And I come back months later and it's like leaked and I'm like, ah. Sometimes you can recover it by cleaning it out. A lot of the time you can't though. But those long names are due to JavaScript functions being overloaded? I guess so. I guess so. Okay, it's okay now. We're back to here. Which tab? Which tab? Too many tabs. Right. Ultimately, I'm gonna draw arrays. Whoa, what happened there? That was weird. This one. Triangles. There's just three points. Let me look that up just to remember that this is the number of points, the vertices, not the number of bytes, right? Draw arrays, draw arrays. Count. Number of indices, yeah, so it's 3. Okay. So I do need to bind the attribute, right? But this is what I'm not quite comfortable with. Okay, this makes sense to me. Get attrib location. So this is like getting the this attribute, or you know, binding between the variable in the program and the buffer. of data that the GPU has. That's what it's doing, right? So it makes sense to me that I would have to, oh, I have to select the program too. Program. I'll get the program in a second. And this is where it has to literally match, that string has to match this string there. What is its type? Found I32. Why did they force it to a U32? I wonder if it's because these APIs take a U32. Let's just keep it as an I32, see if we can get away with it. I need to get the program though. Let program equals self dot pass through program dot as ref dot expect missing Webgl shader program. I also noticed that. Wait. Oh, right. No question mark. We'll crash if we don't have a shader program there. Okay. Position. I want to look this one up because I don't quite remember what it's doing. This one. It's the vertex attribute pointer method. Okay, the width I32 must mean that this one varies, right? Yeah, that with the type. So it's like the type is 32-bit GL float, right? So there's an index of the vertex attribute to be modified, which is the one we just got. Okay. Position. And then the next argument, let's see what that means. That's size. Number of components per vertex attribute. So that's like the number of dimensions. So I hate putting magic numbers here though. Const. Position dimensions. What type literally do they want? I32. Okay. And then what? So type is in there? What? Why do we have to put the type in there? Okay, well, I don't know what the width I32 means then. So we have to repeat that it's a GL float. Fine. GL, just float? Okay. Next argument. Normalized. Whether integer data should be normalized into a certain range when being cast to a float. Parameter has no effect. So what did they put? They said false. Const normalize. You're only using WebGL or vanilla OpenGL too? Just using WebGL because this is going to run in the browser. And so WebGL is based off, WebGL 1 is based off OpenGL ES2. WebGL 2 is based off of OpenGL ES3. I know it's confusing, I had to look it up myself. Okay, so there are two more integers, so stride and offset. Okay, here's where we get into the really weird stuff, right? If stride is 0, the attribute is assumed to be tightly packed. That is, the attributes are not interleaved, but each attribute is a separate block, and the next vertex's attribute immediately... Okay, so we'll just say if you don't know what stride is, you'll end up looking it up, right? So stride meaning I32 equals 0, and offset. stride offset. Okay, that's why they cast it, right? So that's strange that an attribute location can be negative, but an index for vertex attribute pointer is non-negative. Wonder why. It's one of those really weird things in OpenGL that I don't quite remember why. I wonder if it's like if it's negative, it indicates an error. I'm kind of curious. Let's look it up. It returns an assigned number. Why? Why do you return a signed number? Returns -1 otherwise. Okay, so it's their way of handling errors. It's a -1 if that. So the correct thing to do here, I think, would be to do a check. So match. It would be like match, right? Position if position is greater than or equal to 0 would be position as U32, and then this would be like panic. Unable to get. And I'll wrap this up in a helper. Unable to get. Should just hard code it. Position attribute of Webgl program. Shader program. There we go. That's what their example should have done to explain why they have the cast here, right? I'm doing it better. Why does it say, oh, the constant should be uppercase? Okay, fine. Fine. Position, hold on. Dang it. F2. Position dimensions. F2 normalize. F2 stride. And F2 offset. Think you gave up on V? How long did that take you? Like an hour? And then you've given up after an hour? I'd say it's a good try. The triangle is the graphics equivalent to the hello world. Yes, it is. It's like a rite of passage. You have to draw a triangle. Okay, that is just to map the attribute into our buffer. Did I miss anything? Oh, I forgot. I need to remember to do the use program. So that's up here, right? GL use program. Some program, right? Does this have an error too? Not necessarily, right? No return value. Okay, fine. Rust syntax is not obvious sometimes. Yeah, I'm getting kind of used to it. Like I was able to rattle that off without any problem. There might be a better way to do that. I kind of liked that because then I could have position remain in the same scope. If I did this if outside, then I'd have a position on the inside, and then I couldn't then use it down here very easily unless I also leaked it out, which would be a problem with the else, right? Actually, I guess it wouldn't be that big a deal. So I could have written this inside out by saying, you still have to say a position here, right? But I could have done, well, I could do this first, and then I can say let position again equal if greater than 0 position else this, right? So you might argue that that's a little bit easier to read. I think it's a little bit clumsy though, because I end up doing a shadowing of the original variable, and then I've always found this syntax to be awkward, where you do an if-else which emits an expression that you then assign. To me, it just seems like less awkward to do it this way, but I guess you could be the judge of that. This kind of like flows better. This saying ultimately we want a position, but first match that against if it's greater than or equal to 0, then convert it to a U32. Otherwise, panic. Difficult for you to read. But that's a problem for me. I want it to be easier to read, so that's why I like take a minute out to write it a different way and then compare in my head like which way do I like it better. But yeah, I mean there are multiple ways to do this, right? I think an even better way would be to make this a subfunction, right? Something that would return a result, and then you could then do an expect on it, and then this would be the expect. So why don't I do that now, since I have the opportunity, right? Let's do a subfunction here. Could I even make that part of utilities? Why not, right? So I have all these various utilities, and I can make a utility called, what are we doing here? Like get Webgl program attribute. And we shouldn't have get as, we should just call Webgl program attribute, right? And then the arguments are the program, we need the context, and so that's GL, which is a reference to one of these guys. Whoops. And then we have the program, which is another reference to Webgl program, and then we have the slice, the attribute name, right? And this gives us, what are we going to call it? Really, right, it's a result U32 with we don't have no extra information if it's an error. And we would just do this, right? And this goes here. And this would just be error. Like that. And I need to pull in the right usings here. So then I can just say Webgl program attribute GL program position expect all that. And then import that. So now you should be able to read that, and if you want to know the details of looking up a program attribute, you can go to there. And you can see we're really going to that method of GL, and we're interpreting the result if it's positive, or if it's negative or not, right? If it's negative, it's an error. 0 or positive, it's okay. And it also covers the fact that we had to do a typecast. So we won't see any as's here. All right. While I'm at it, I wonder if I should do the make utilities for the Webgl compile. What about the trait implemented for I32 that provides a function like as error code? I don't know about that. Is there? What about it? I guess what about it would be Raimu doesn't know about it yet. Let's look it up. You say there's something called as error code? Oh, to make a trait? So like generically, if something is negative number, it's an error? It sounds interesting. So I could basically just take this and run it through a trait to turn it into one of these based off if it's 0, if it's negative or not negative. Let me put a to-do here. Sarian I've misspelled your name. Sarah Yen had the idea that we could make a generic trait to handle the turning of an I32 into a result U32. Which we could then reuse here and other places. There you go. We'll put it in at some point. I was hoping that by you pointing it out that there would be something in the standard library to do that, because that sounds really useful, right? You would think that this is a frequently used pattern in C APIs, right? That if it's negative number, it's an error. A non-negative number, it's success, but interpreted as unsigned. That's right. And did you know that that is rotated 90 degrees? Use try from, but you couldn't implement that for I32? Yeah, that's probably the closest thing, right? There's something in the standard library for like U32 from I32. What is it? Is it try from? Like you were saying? Like this one? I mean, that would technically work, right? And then just, I would discard the error, I guess? Or is this error even relevant? Is that an empty error? I guess I would have to go look at that. It's all implemented by macro, so it's hard for us to look at it. So I can maybe use that. What was the motivation for ditching C++ and going to Rust? It's mostly because I learned Rust and I really liked it. Oh, didn't I have a why Rust? Yeah, because many viewers asked me what I thought about it, suggested I learn it and say it's the next great language. That's why I learned Rust. I should have probably expanded to say, once I learned it, I really liked it, and I decided to start writing in it. Looks like it will work 100%. You think so? Try for my 32. So, but I guess I could just map the error away, right? I don't really care about the error. So I could just say this. The function is called what? Try from. So it would be U32 try from dot map error. Like that. I gotta use standard convert try from. And I don't know the syntax other than doing the use. Use standard convert try from as that. So there we go, that works too. How's the MMO going? It's kind of on hold until I rewrite my game in Rust. That's what I'm really into doing that's what I'm really into doing these days. Is learning Rust, playing with Rust, experimenting with Rust, and so rewriting what I had so far in Rust. It can be done with x.tryfrom. So you're saying I could rewrite this like that? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think I have to write it like this, don't I? You've got WebAssembly working? Yes, I did. I got the WebAssembly working. Check it out. So, I use a Wasm pack plugin with Webpack, and the Wasm pack turns a Rust crate into a JavaScript package, which has a little bit of a bootstrapper in the front. So here's my Rust compiled into WebAssembly, which Webpack takes care of. So it just targets the WebAssembly target, compiles it into WebAssembly, and then generates this like wrapper stuff in JavaScript and like invokes it so that this package, then if I require it, if I use it, I get access to all the functions in Rust. So on top of that, I made my own little shim, so I can pull in stuff like CSS and some environment variables. And so this run app goes through that Wasm pack generated shim to call my librs's run app at the bottom here. And I get anything from JavaScript comes across as the JS value. That's part of the Wasm bindgen library. And then I deserialize it into my environment structure. So it's all pretty cool. I like how it fits in. You're thinking try into your bed, that's fine. It's really ugly. Yeah, that's the syntax, Cheesky. If I didn't want to do the use, thank you. I'm going to give you a point for that. I want to have some practice in that. Even though it looks really ugly, I kind of want to see what I would have to do to avoid doing this use, convert, try from. So you're saying I can do it the way you said to do it was these left-handed turbo fishes I'm not used to doing. You're saying left-handed turbo fish as standard convert try from I32. And then that works. There we go. I want to get used to the left-handed turbo fish. The turbo fish is turbo fish. But the left-handed turbo fish is when the fish is going the other direction and it's on the left. So that is taking a type and interpreting it as one of the traits that it implements in order to call that trait's method. Yeah. I don't think it's too bad. I don't think it's too bad. You think it's ugly? You could just do try from, and it would just guess the type you're saying. So I could just say try from, and it would just guess. No, not quite. Because I need to import try from. Oh, there we go. I like both of your, I'm going to give both of you points. So Syrian gets a point for saying I could abbreviate it because the type can be inferred. But Cheesky got a point for teaching me that I could do the literal, what are we going to call this? The syntax to literally cast a type to one of the traits it implements as a left-handed turbofish in order to call a trait method. I just think it's cool to know how to do this in a pinch. But yeah, I think to be the easiest to read, we'll just do try from and then import try from. We can qualify it, right? No, why qualify it? No one else is going to be implementing try from. Let's just do that. Isn't that the universal function call syntax? The turbofishy one, you mean? I just didn't know it. I'm used to doing things without using the left-handed turbofish. I didn't want to import it. Yeah, so if I didn't want to import try, I'm okay importing try from if I use it directly. It's just the ones where I am importing it just to get a side effect that I really don't like. And I make it a little bit easier to deal with, to palette by having it imported as underscore because I don't actually use a name, but here I'm using the name directly. So I'm okay importing it. It's just the weird things that I've gotten comfortable with Rust. Is try into workable in this case? Yeah. Because it figures out the type. It knows what the type in is, that's an I32, and it knows what type it needs to be on the outside. So it figures it out. Can we see the game running, or yeah, you can see the game, Victor. Oops, sorry. I tagged you without doing the... Oh, my bot is not gonna... There we go. There you go, sorry. I put them as two different lines, but I meant to send Victor that link. So once I get the Rust version back up to what's running in production, then I'm going to start adding new stuff into the game. But until then, yeah, I'm kind of rewriting stuff. So about that bike shed? Yeah, it's okay to do an occasional bike shed if we're learning something, right? Yeah, now that we've gotten that bike shedding done, it's all wrapped up into this. I do want to keep it a utility because I want to be explicit that we're throwing away the error. Actually, I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? So we don't really need the generic trait because the generic trait is really try from, as long as we're able, and I don't need to abandon the error here. I could just turn this into a try from, right? With an expect at the end. Position is attribute name. Import try from. This formatting got a little weird. Okay, so yeah, I guess we didn't really need that. We're just using try from directly. There we go. Getting them the best to do rest. Try into instead. You go try into. Also turn it around, just say that dot try into. Okay, and then I have to make a decision between you doing a use with pulling in a symbol I'm not using, or doing the left-handed turbofish again, right? Or actually, no, it's not a left-handed turbofish. Oh, I think it still is. Oh, okay, what would the syntax here be if I didn't want to do the use? Verify I can do it with the use. Yeah. So if I didn't want to do that, right? That's reminding me I'm not actually using the... Actually, I guess I'm doing it with context. Maybe I just... maybe I'm okay with that. Maybe I just move on at this point. A weird thing here. Yeah, let's just move on. Enough, right? That... Really, all of that bike shedding was to just figure out different exotic ways to do that, but that really is the simplest, right? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna move on. We're using the program, we're getting the position. Oh, I have to enable the attribute, right? They did that here. Enable vertex attribute array. Position. Yeah. What's the type of that? The unit? Yeah, it's unit. Hey, the grumpy game dev. You should paint the bike shed blue. I like a desaturated green myself. What shade of blue? There we go. Desaturated green. Or desaturated blue if you really wanted blue. Bike should have 4 racks, not 6. This should draw a triangle, unless I really screwed things up, right? There's my triangle. It's upside down though, because I had the y-axis reversed. It's also a little blurry. Why is it so blurry? It's not a sharp rectangle. Huh. Anti-aliasing? Oh, I remember reading stuff about the context configuration. And the default was, yeah, it included anti-aliasing. Did someone mention you have to specifically size the canvas? Do I? I don't remember that. When we set up the canvas, what did we do? Oh, that was, yeah, in our view. Has a canvas in it, so there's a playing world, so that I set the height manually here because the width is set by its parent. So the CSS is setting the size of the stage. The WebGL, I think it's just from +1 to -1. I just had the y-axis flipped. I make that mistake a lot, flipping the y-axis. My coordinates, right? I wanted to point up. So 1 is at the top and -1 is at the bottom. Yeah. There we go. Now it should be flipped. I guess I could also fix that in the Vertex Shader. That'd be another way to do it. There. Lots of opportunities to set our coordinate system. I don't think that the WebGL really cares about the canvas size. Oh, maybe it does. I mean, it obviously knows the canvas size because it's drawing it with the right dimensions. Inside the shader, it's always negative to positive, right? So, Sarian, do you remember what they might have said? Yeah, presentation space is always from -1 to +1, but the screen dimensions, I have them fixed to 604 by 480, and that's because this is meant to be a certain number of tiles, right, in the real game. Each tile is 32 by 32, and I have a pixel scale multiplier for if it's a large a dense pixel display. But yeah, it's meant to be a certain number of fixed tiles across and top to bottom. So it's designed for that. Think of something about the canvas having a render size and it's just being stretched to fit the div. Oh, you think it might have a default size that's smaller and it's like stretched? Because it has a computed size. But maybe in WebGL, the size is smaller. Okay, so how would I find that then if I'm not sure where to look? WebGL canvas size. WebGL example explores the effect of setting or not setting the canvas size to its element size. Okay. The size of the first element is set to the styled element size by CSS. This is done by assuming width and height properties of the canvas. Contrast, no second assignment is done for the second canvas. Okay. Oh, I never set viewport. I wonder if that's the problem. Do I have to set them on the canvas? No, well, they're being set on the canvas. You can see them here. The computed width and height, right, is set for the canvas element. But I think my problem might be I'm not setting the viewport, the GL viewport. It's the canvas width and height that is at the top. Fourth line in that code block. Wait, which code block? Fifth. I'm not sure which line you're talking about. Are you talking about this? Do I really need to set that if it has a computed size here, which is correct? I mean, I guess I can play with it here. So, width. Okay, what were the numbers? 604, 480. 604 pixels. Height, 480 pixels. I don't think it has any effect. Interesting. I can stretch it by commenting out the width. Well, now I'm setting it in the CSS like they're setting it here. I don't think that's it. This width and height is the same effect as setting it on the element style, right? I didn't do this though. I'm wondering if that's what I'm doing wrong. Let me try that. See if it looks any different. In Init stage, yeah. Well, where do I set the background color, actually? Did I do it here? Oh, I did it in render. Okay, I don't want to do... Yeah, so sure, init. Let's just do it up here. gl.viewport 00604,480, right? See if that makes a difference. Oh, wait. That actually changes the coordinate system, doesn't it? Yeah, so that's not going to work. So there are two widths and there are two heights. You're saying that the canvas style and is different from the canvas's own properties? Okay, so let me get rid of this. I think that I was wrong. Let me go back to what it was and let me inspect the HTML to see what it says. We're not going to rage quit yet. I don't mind setting it in the HTML too. You're saying that, okay, so this is a style width and height, but you're saying the DOM itself, where would I find that? Properties. You're saying the element itself has a width and a height, which might be different? What is it on? HTML element? Too many properties. I'm not sure where to look. Which one of these would it be on? Oh, width. Illegal invocation. Could be on the first. Oh, this one? 300. I think you're right. Who set it to 300? I wonder. And what's the height? Is it just some arbitrary default? 150. 300 by 150. I wonder why. Okay, I guess I could fix it like you're saying they're setting it here. Check your link, it's the default. That's just really wacky, though. Why have two different widths and heights? Is it just some kind of legacy behavior of Canvas? It just seems like, why would you need it? Why would you need these if the style provides them? Either explicitly or through the computed width and height. GL doesn't care. GL is... You have a default coordinate system -1 to +1, and you can set it with viewport. Interesting. Is it because you can have an off-screen canvas, which then it doesn't make sense to have CSS properties on it? Okay. I'll just accept the fact that it has its own properties. I need to set them, so I can do that. I should do that when we get the ref originally, right? Right here. When I get the stage, I should say stage dot okay, question. How do I set its width and height in Rust? In JavaScript, it's easy. You just say width equals. Do I need to like go through a set object API? Let's see. That type is provided to me by WebSys. Provided to you from WebSys. Oh, there you go. There's a set width, set height. Fine. Set width. Stage width. I'll define them as a static somewhere. These probably need to be mutable, right? No, they don't. Interesting. Where to put them? I guess at the top. Boop, boop, const. What type do we need? U32. 604. I'll just define them like that for now. Okay, let's try it out. Oh, much sharper. Okay. Oh, it reloaded again. I don't know why. Probably because it hit save twice. None of the WebSys things do, right? Because JS just takes the pointer and does things. I was thinking like if they didn't have an explicit set width, set height in there, that I would have to go through the JavaScript object API, right? Set, I forget what it is. Anyway, it's got a, what does it actually do? Let's see. Oh, it's part, okay. So it's actually a different method. Oh, the IDL generated the method for me to match the property. Huh. Okay. Rather than hard coding, I'd probably want to actually get the client width and just set it 1-to-1, right? Wouldn't that be better? Then I wouldn't need these constants. So does it have... Can I get the client width? Probably can if I cast it first, right? I can look at it and see what level we have that property. Is it element that has like client within it? Yes. No? Interesting. Why am I getting exceptions? Illegal invocation. Is it on HTML element? No. Why can I not call that? You can tell how weak I am at web stuff. Get bounding client rect. So it's not as simple as there being a property called client width. Yeah, I want to get to these numbers so I don't have to hard code them. Saying I should call get bounding client rect. Okay. I should just search the websys. Get bounding client rect. Okay, so I need to get it by the element type so that I can call that method, right? So let's see if I can do that. So stage element is casted to element, and then stage element, let's say let rect or client rect get bounding client rect to DOM rect, huh? Which needs DOM rect and element. DOM rect element. We can do this. Is there no search in that box? There probably was, and I just wasn't thinking. Okay, so what do I have available to me in DOM rect? Width and height. They are methods, okay. Width, and I get it as an F64. Ew. Is it going to give me a problem with the type? Nope, apparently not. Thank you for the follow. Not sure how much longer I'm gonna go. Gonna getting tired. Did it already reload? Oh, it's not compiling. Shoot. What's wrong? Oh, it did expect it. Why am I not getting red squigglies here? It's safe enough to do it as U32. Oh, there they go. It took it a while. That's safe, right? Safe enough. Good enough for government work. Oh, and then we have this Webpack problem. Restart. Compiling. There we go. So I don't need those constants. Let me verify this has exactly the right properties now. Width 608. Yeah. Height 484. They're off by 4. It should be 604 and 480, right? I wonder if it's including the border. I think it's including the border. I don't want it to include the border. So it's probably not client bounding client rect. It's probably something similar like some different rectangle in it, right? I don't think there's no padding. I think it's this 2-pixel border that it's being included. Yeah, I want I want this computed interior width, whatever the name of that is. We'll find it. It's got to be around here, right? It's probably get something else, right? Get client rects? Okay, maybe the MDN will give me a hint. Probably have this open twice, right? No. I have a lot of tabs open though. Yeah, this is the rectangle that contains the entire element, including its padding and border width. So that's not exactly what I want, but maybe they have a reference to what I want. Like in WPF, they call it, wouldn't they just call it client? No, they wouldn't call it client rect. It was like, get something else rect. Box? Yeah, but why would I don't want to have to change the CSS just to work around this. In JS, the number type is a double. Yeah, that's why it was F64 and I had to convert it to U32. I don't want to do any clumsy stuff like subtracting the padding and the border. I just want it to get, I want it to give me these numbers direct. What are the names of those numbers? Maybe they don't have a name. Maybe there is no name for these numbers. I don't know what I have it set to. How would I find that? Show all. Box. Content box. Not border box. You mean to set it to border box? Box sizing border box. I guess I have to I had to reload to fix that. Actually, what if I log out and log in again? No, it doesn't keep it. Okay. I can play around with that. Just learning here. Do I have a... I thought I had a... Playing world, that's what it's called. Box sizing. Border box. Let's just see what effect it has. But why? Why should I set it to border box? I want to see what effect it has. Are you just saying that when we're that it'll not include the border when I get the client rectangles? If that's what it does, then sure, I could just set it for everything, because the only place I'm ever going to use it is right here, and I don't want to include the border. And if that's what setting box sizing border box does, then sure, that's what I want for everything. But I want to understand what it does and why. So properties. It's still 608 and the height is 480. Wait. Wasn't it 608 before and... $484. Was I looking at the wrong number before? Huh. Just quickly look at the demo. Whoops, click on the wrong thing. Doop. Doop. Sets how total width and height of an element is calculated. By default, when the height, the assigned elements only apply to the element's content box. If the element has any border padding, this is then added to the width and height to arrive at the size of the box that's rendered on the screen. This means that if you set the width and height, you have to adjust the value you give to allow any border padding that may have been added. When you set the width and height, you have to adjust the value you give to allow for any border or padding that may be added. So, I mean, so it has to include that. Border box tells the browser to account for any border padding the values you specify for it. Wait a minute. This is worded really poorly, because isn't that is that saying that the browser has to account and then I don't have to adjust? It's often very useful to set it to border box to lay out elements. Makes dealing with the sizes much easier. General limits and number of pitfalls you stumble on. You mean like the one I just ran into? Sure. Just click the 3 different declarations. Yeah. This is setting this style on the child, right? It's okay until it adds a border and then it grows beyond it. Yeah, I understand that. The thing is, like, I didn't have to deal with this parent-child relationship here because this thing inside wasn't an element. But, well, I guess it sort of is. It's a quasi-element, right? It's the... It's the width and height of that the context gets. Okay, let me go back to what I had before. Content box. Rerun this again. Is this going to reload again? Don't think so, because it didn't recompile the Rust, right? $484. Yeah, so height and client height are 484. Yeah, but this is what's bugging me, is that the width is 608 in both cases. What is client width? 608. So why is it only affecting the... Oh, this is 484 now. Wait. Was that always wrong? Hold on. This might have been always wrong before. Oh, how do I inspect it without leaking credentials? I guess I will log in one time. Through Twitch, I guess. Log in through Twitch. Oh, but I don't have a login here. Shoot. I'll look at it later. I just don't want to leak credentials by logging into the production system and then accidentally hitting the application tab and having my key get leaked. Yeah, I'm gonna move on. If a buff seagull says it should be border box, right? And then it'll give me the right dimensions, I'll just stick with border box. Properties. It doesn't change the width, which is, it's confusing me. But it does change the height to what I want, 480. It's not changing the width or the client width, but it is fixing the client height. And these numbers are correct, right? Because 608 divided by 32 is exactly 19, right? That's the correct number. Remove border on canvas, wrap it instead. You mean like have another element have the border in it? Like have a playing world chat, playing world border div, and then a playing world inside that? Yeah, I could do that. But if this works, I'm okay with that. Right, so the size is 612 by 484, but then the interior is the exact dimensions I want. I just want to make sure the dimensions are exactly like pixel precise. Yeah, that's true. Everex. I could separate the div and have them be totally different, but I think we're... Am I bike shedding at this point? Maybe. I just wanted to make my rectangle non-blurry. I got the rectangle. Let's move on. Let's try pulling in the texture and painting one of the tiles from the texture instead of this rectangle, and then I can play with making sure that it stretches it correctly. I want to get it like to not smear it. So first thing is to get the texture in. I need to find out what the actual name of the texture is. Let me do that off screen. Yes. Okay, I'm logged in. I gotta reload to get the link. That's the wrong one. Backgrounds is a nice one. Can I just copy that URL? Yes. There we go. I'm going to pull in that tile set. I think I'm going to pick the one with the trees and the grass. Just to play around with that one. Yeah, okay. So close that. So it's background-5.ping. I guess I can pull in the full URL here. So the idea is I want to fetch that and then import it as a texture. So there's an example, I think. Here, does this have an example texture that was brought in or not? I don't think this actually used a texture at all, which is a bummer. So I'll have to, how about, let me look at, textures. Okay, yeah, we can make an image, set its source and do an onload. Okay. Let me compare that to what they have here. Too many tabs. Ah. Yeah, they do the same thing. They make this image. So there should be an image here. Okay, is it not part of WebSys? Too many things have the word image in it. Too many tabs. I wonder if it's actually in U. No. There's no U API for it. So yeah, WebSys would be the next level, right? Wait, why do I have two of these tabs open? I don't need both of them. All right. If I just click on this, if I get to where I want to be, is this image? No, this is image data. I actually need image, not image data. Image bitmap? So image is a type, right? HTML image element is what it is. Okay. HTML image element. There we go. So this is image constructor. So that's what I'm making. I'm making an actual image element. Off-screen image element. Okay, so that's what I want to keep there. So I'll make one of these, and then I'm going to set its source. How do I set this source? Oh, set source. Okay. We can do this. What? I need to pull in feature HTML image element. Okay. Telling you, this is a lot harder than doing it in Java for sure. I should make that another function that makes it 1-to-1 ratio between the canvas and the what would we call it? The canvas is element dimensions and its style dimensions. Yeah, let, I don't know, image equal HTML image element new. All right, good enough. Unwrap that. Okay. So we need to set a callback when it loads, and then we'll set a source, which triggers it to start loading, right? Good night, Nui. Was that always wrong? Me and my code, yeah. It's good to doubt, right? And check to make sure. All right. It would help if WebSys's automatically generated code actually auto-generated documentation, but it doesn't. So I have to look here. Gosh, how do we set the onload? Complete? No. Maybe it's just something we do in set source? No. Oh wait, there are HTML elements. I wonder if it has to do with one of these, right? Yeah, here we go. On load. That's it, right? That's what this example is doing. Okay. And that's probably what the other example over here was doing. Yes. Okay. So then I provide a function and I bet you isn't going to help me out here. What are the different services that I have available? Any of these have to do with image? Yeah, see, they're missing like image load service or image service or something like that. Set onload? I didn't see a set onload. Oh. So, oh, okay. So is onload just a getter then? Oh yeah, that's the getter. All right. Probably they just have their auto-generated code just has a pattern to split it between blank and set blank, right? Setter. Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, got it. They're right together. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Everix. I think I'm just getting tired. What is this function? This is like stuff that you was doing for me. Right? That now I have to get into the guts of. I wonder if it's better to just jump into you and see what they do with WebSys. Because I'm already using, what is it? So comment this out for a second. I'm already using a callback for something else like this. Yes, like... Well, how does that work? That's because button exists in you, right? So, for example, I can make a button. Oh, that's weird. Someone called me and immediately hung up. Must call the wrong number. So I can say, let button equal you button. Wait a minute. There's no button? I should just look it up. Wrong one. I guess we can't make one directly. Okay, so, Oh, it's elements in their documentation. Oh, because the window is narrow. There we go. Scroll down. Elements. Listeners. Okay, yes. Definitely need to read up on this. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Yeah, but the thing is, this is not a you thing, so it's. I would have to see how they turn callbacks into WebSys functions. So, what? I got a voicemail from someone who only called me for a second? I'll just call. I'll check it later. Even lower is a list of events. Oh, I see. Yes. Okay. Now they have on load here. Where does that go? That's different from, too many tabs. Now I've lost completely where I was. Was it here? No. That's JSys. Where's my WebSys one? I think it was here, but no, that's the correct one. It was this one. I need to go back. here. I must have clicked on something here, went from WebSys to JSys. So they want a function, not an event. Too many tabs. This and I'm gonna give up soon. Is it here? No. Oh, right. Here and here. Let's put them next to each other. So set onload wants an option function, but event is different. It's a different kind of type. I really just want to browse you and see what they do. So what if I... New window. And I go to you, because I have a copy of it. And I look for, like, function. Net. I'm not exactly sure what to look for here. Okay, not this one. The HTML component. Listener, maybe? Events? Impl action. Hold on. It was that function, is it a trait? No, it's a struct. They're both structs. So what am I missing? Why does this set onload needs a function? Why does it not need an event? Why is it event and not function? I don't get it. Let me see if they ever use WebSys function. No. All right, I'm missing something big, I think. Impl action, where can I find more information about that? Ooh. Now we're going down the rabbit hole. We're looking at the macro definition. Impl listener for wrapper. There's an attach. This is all events, event listener. There's no function. Needs a function that takes an event as an argument, you bet? Maybe. I'd feel better if in you somewhere I saw them working with that type. But I don't see it. I just see event everywhere. I guess I can do a naive search and say WebSys event function. Function? Where does that go? Just to this, which doesn't help me. Yeah, it's all auto-generated, so you don't get a whole lot of help from their generated documentation. I have the feeling again that after I figure this out, I'll need to make a YouTube video so that the next person doesn't go through this pain. Might be helpful, maybe. Let's take a look. Real world example. Oh, where to start though? They have multiple crates. I don't know. Source. Components, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where to go. There's just too many places to look. So maybe. I don't know if that's helpful at Rex. Hey, what's this? Oh. Closure to a function using my closure as of unchecked ref. Because I've seen the word closure before. Yeah, we just talked about that today. Boxing a dyne to do polymorphism. I think this is going into the weeds. Here's what I kind of want to do, right? No, you've worked as a recruiter and just maybe first resume. Could I ask some related questions or other? I don't think I have the energy right now, and I can look. But if you want to send it to me in Discord, I can look. I can take a look at it later once I take a break. I wouldn't mind. Just not this second. Yeah, no worries. I think I'm missing some kind of like secret knowledge about how to wrap things with WebAssembly, with Wasm bindgen. Some kind of Wasm bindgen secret sauce to understand this. I don't think I have the energy to do this right now. So what if I take a step back and I say, well, what was I doing this for? I was doing this for the onload, right? For the image loading. So go take a step back. Where was I? Oh, I'm in U. We can close all that. So yeah, it's this stuff. Set on load. And then after that, we want to do image.set source, right? And I don't have that in my clipboard anymore. I've long since closed it. What was it? Oh, I have it here. Yeah, I still have it. Right? I want to do I'll figure out how to do on set load later after I take a break. And that should trigger a callback that, in that callback, what I'm going to want to do is, because this is going to trigger the start of the load, and this, whatever I pass here, ultimately it should come back as a message for us, right? So the message handler would be to do the next thing. So what is the next thing in their example? What did they do? That was in this example here. Right, so we would well, this assumes we know what the width and the height is. Oh, I guess I can set it to 1 by 1. Interesting. Have to be downloaded, it might take a moment. Until then, put up a single pixel in texture so that we can use it immediately. We can update the texture with the contents. Really? So you can set a texture one by one and then change it later? Okay. All right. So I don't know why you do this, but I think that what I would do is wait until it loads, and then when it loads, we can start drawing with it, and we would draw by creating the texture, binding it, loading it with the image, and this is the magic part of it, right? That somehow I can call text image 2D and give it an image element, an HTML image element that we made outside, and it somehow figures out the magic to get the pixels in. And then we're going to want to set the these texture parameters, and this one I believe was this linear is to set how we interpolate, and instead of doing linear, I think we want to do closest to do the to not smear it when we upscale to because it's going to be pixel art, right? So, question is, do I want to put that in now or just take a break and do this later? Because I won't be able to execute this code until I figure out how to plug that into set on load in Rust. Wasm bindgen secret sauce as opposed to C bindgen public sauce. Yeah, exactly. Does this help explain how to use function closures? Maybe. That might. So I'll give you like a bunch of points, and then I won't be stuck and need to take a break. Let's see. Yes, this is exactly what I want. Here's an example about how to do it. Okay, where's the secret sauce? Wait, what? Is this just setup and junk? I think this is it right here. Okay, that we saw a little bit ago, right? Closure. This wrap is new, but we saw them mention closure. Whoa, wrong scroll bar. Yeah, and we saw someone else mention as ref unchecked ref. I'm guessing that this unchecked ref gives us a function? I don't know, I can look it up. So, where would I look it up? In WebSys? Unchecked ref? No. Probably lower down, right? So, unchecked ref. Even lower, WebSys, Wasm bindgen. There it is. Okay, that's a generic. Okay, so it's using it's implicit types, right? So if I looked up this long function name in WebSys, I'm guessing. Wow, okay. That's quite the name of a function. Yeah, so this needs a function just like what I was doing. So a closure must be castable as a function then, right? Okay, so closure is probably here too, right? A handle to both the closure and Rust as well as a JS closure, which will invoke the Rust closure. Closure currently requires that the okay, static lie time, sure. I think this is the secret sauce, is the closure type. Yeah, okay. So this is even better. It's in the lowest level library, Wasm bindgen. The closure class is the secret. We would do closure wrap, and then I'm guessing it's doing box new to make it static lifetime, to make it work with polymorphic closures, right? So it's boxing the closure and then wrapping it. Well, it's boxing the Rust closure, making a Wasm bindgen closure, and then we can use it directly. So why did this example do this as ref unchecked ref then? Whereas this one just used a reference. I wonder. You found an image loading example. You have a better one? Oh, for a long name? Yeah, that looks long. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're everything in WebSys is auto-generated, I think. Exactly what I need? Okay. Don't let me forget to hand out some points. Let me do it now, actually. So, Danhedron. Let's give 5 points to... And then I want to give we'll give same number of points to Everex. Thank you both. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm looking for the set. Here's where it is, right? Yeah, set on load. Okay, they are also doing this as ref on checked ref. I don't know why you would need that, but okay. Because the other example just did the same thing, like closure wrap box new. Yeah, closure wrap box new. Why? Why does this not have to do an as ref? It just takes a reference. I don't know. I guess we'll find out why some examples do the as ref unchecked ref, which looks really weird to me. And then this example makes more sense to me. Because I'm assuming it borrows it in order to like clone the closure. Which I'm assuming you can do because it's really just a wrapper. It's like a handle, right? You should be able to clone it. Oh, but ultimately what I want is to make a Rust closure, box it, and then wrap it in a Wasm bindgen closure, and then I can pass that to set on load. Okay, so let me try that. So, whoops, I'm hitting all sorts of random keys. Don't do that. Okay, these lines on their own are fine, right? Oh, because this is asynchronous, we'll need to hold on to the image too. So let's do self dot, I don't know, atlas. What am I going to call this thing? Test image? I'm assuming I have to hold on to a reference. HTML image element. Starts. I sure have a lot of options, don't I? Okay, so we would do set on load. Reference to closure. Wait a minute. It mentions something about we have to keep it around, right? Normally we store the handle later, get dropped. For now we want it to be a global handler, so just use the forget method to drop it without invalidating the closure. Yeah, so like we're really supposed to hold on to it, right? What do the other examples do? If we were to drop it, it would cause an exception to the re-raise. So we return a handle back. Okay, so we really should hold on to it, I guess. So then I'm going to want to get it. So onload equals something. I'm going to see if I can get away with just getting to borrowing a reference. And yeah, we have to say like self test image onload. Replace onload. All right. So this is an option closure of something. Okay, I don't actually know the type here. It's box dine something. Oh no, I don't know what to put there. Oh no. To put something. I'll figure it out in a second. What is this type? This is closure wrap box new that. Closure comes from Wasm. Bindgen. Prelude. Box. I didn't like my box. Well, I didn't like my box. Trait bound is not satisfied. Okay, I guess it's... There is no... Okay, we'll just go with that for now. It still doesn't like it. What did I do wrong here? I have to say as box okay, that's the type, function mute, because that was in both examples, right? Yes. All right, we got the type. Function mute with... Okay, so then, sure. There is no argument, but there's something still wrong here. What is it? It didn't like this. Mismatched types. I think it has to do with this. Trait bound is not satisfied. What's the trait bound? I don't know. What does wrap take? I don't know. Discovered a bunch of values after argv? You mean the environment variables? Let's not do that. Okay, let me just look at the docs. I should just look at the docs when I do this stuff. Closure, right, bindgen. Just look what they're doing here. Oh, I forgot this as. Is that it? And that's, oh, that's inside that. Oh, right, right. That's a concrete type, and then this makes it handle it by the trait, right? Because wrap needs that. Probably because of something going on in here. Who knows? That's really... Why we have to do that? I don't know. But okay, I can live with that. All the examples do that. I could just say, sure, we need to cast it to boxed trait. Fine. Why doesn't this work? Expected it. Okay, has something to do with the static lifetime. Move. That's not it. Why does it not work with the static lifetime? Is it here? No. Wait. Then what's it complaining about? The function type has to be static. Okay. Why? Why does that matter? No, that's not it. Expected static found something else. Oh, right. So this is not static. Hold on, let me catch up. Yeah, in a lot of implementations in C, what follows the argv argc is the environment variables. How does the program know how to access those memory places? Well, it's there are different variants to main, right? So what happened to my Well, that was weird. It took a while for it to go. C main function variance. So yeah, you're probably looking at definition 8, right? Or 9. So some compilers support these different variants to main, and there's the 3-argument version where you get a pointer to your environment variables. So it knows it because the compiler is designed to accept a main provided to it with 3 arguments, and if you give it that, it knows that to pass the pointer to your environment variables as the 3rd argument. Yeah, there are lots of variants to main. I don't know if that's ANSI or not. There are lots of different versions of C. See, they didn't have to declare it with anything special there. Why am I unable to store this? Is there a quick fix? No. Implement default. I don't know why it says that. Okay. I guess we could leak it like they do. I really don't want to leak it, though. These guys take it and put it into a structure, which they declare exactly the same way I did, I thought. Closure box, dyn, fn mute. Oh, no, this is not a box. Oh, I had the type wrong. It's just box, dyn, fn mute. Okay, so closure wrap. Okay, that's my bad then. The closure wrap turned it into a closure of that type. It's holding onto the box internally. The type of this is closure dyn fn mute. It's not closure box dyn fn mute. So that explains one thing. All right, so then can I do that? Expected an option, right? Some. And okay, so there is a problem going between closure and function here. I wonder if it's because this goes through some kind of translation. Hold on a second. I need to drink water. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Test image onloads type doesn't need the box. So, Dan Hedron, you get a point for figuring that out. This is a better week late. I don't even want to leak it. I want to hold on to it. Yeah, box leak is the preferred way. The top example isn't using WebSys version. Okay, is that the difference? I think you're right. That's why these other examples go through this as ref, unchecked ref. I don't like this because I don't understand it yet. Maybe I'll try to understand it by looking up as ref and then unchecked ref after I get it to compile. Unchecked ref. I have to use JS cast. Great. Import Wasm and JS cast. Another thing I have to pollute my namespace with. Let's at least not allow it to have a name. All right. Okay, it'll compile and do nothing when we get when the function actually gets called. Let's have it do a print something. Info image loaded. Should at least be able to do that. Work ourselves up to actually using it in WebGL. Log in. Okay, the image got loaded. All right, good. Now, doesn't onload actually get an argument? Oh, interesting. They actually move image into the closure. I guess we can do that, right? All right. So we're going to move image into here. What can we do with the image? Thank you for that follow. I guess we'll go back to HTML image element. What can we do with this thing? Like, let's print out its width and height. 'Cause we can. Image loaded. Blank by blank. Image dot width. Image dot height. Okay, now what's wrong with this? Oh, right. Shoot. How did they... Oh, they didn't use it. Image RC. Oh, they reference counted it? Interesting. I guess I could do that. There's got to be a better way. How did this example do it? Oh, not that one. Oh, no, this... I guess we don't need this anymore, right? I'll leave this up in case I want to learn more about closure. Yeah, I guess we do need to share it. Yeah, okay, fine. RC new that. And, RC. We just need to make another one, so, I don't know. Let... Oh, there was a... You guys had a trick for this, right? Was it to put this into another... Like this, let onload equal, and then onload. And then we can say let image equal image.clone. Like that, right? Little trick to clone that. Unnecessary let binding. Oh, right, I don't need that. Yep. Just remove the semicolon and we're good, and get rid of the let onload. So this is a little trick where you make an inner block that just emits what you would have assigned directly, but then lets you clone something to get moved into the closure so that we can use... This is actually a clone of the original image, but then the original image gets used out here. Yeah. Yeah, it told me that. Isn't it cool? Scoped closures, yeah. Alright, so that should work. So now we're just incrementally getting closer to this. When this recompiles now... yeah. It should tell me, yeah, it's 384 by 64. That's correct. Confirm that by going to this and saying inspect, I guess. And I should be able to, yeah, 384 by 64. Good. All right. So we should have the pixels too, and then I should be able to load a texture with it. How much further do I want to do today? I think I want to at least get it into a texture, so... How do I call self from here? I don't know if I can. Oh, I know. I get a new callback is what I do. So let yeah, that's the next step, is instead of doing this here, doing it in a message. in the message, which would then I could do anything from self. So let what to call this? Onload. We can call it onload and let it get moved in. Equal self dot link dot callback image. Well, it's just a message. Image loaded. Let's call it test image loaded. All right, so I need to define that. Test image loaded HTML image element. Right? And then I'm going to move this to be the handler that what we do with the message when we get it. So this is like their image. Right? So when it loads, we'll just print out, we'll start off by just printing out its size. What's the best way to learn Rust, and what kind of fun project could you work on to learn it in the process? I think the best way to learn Rust depends on your mode of learning, and where I think you ought to look at first is Rust Learn. Learn Rust, this one. Because it's like a choose your own adventure. They give you 3 paths you can follow. Choose one. You can either read, if you learn best from reading a book about principles, read the book. If you want to go through a little like guided course where you're learning things one thing at a time, there's the Rust Links course. Or if you just want to jump into example code, you can do Rust by example. That's where I think you should start. So if you want to learn by doing, then probably the Rust Links course, because they'll force you to do things. If you just want to learn by just looking at existing code, the example, and then if you're like more traditional learner, like principles from a book, then the first one. But then as far as like what kind of fun project, how about making a Twitch chat client? How about that? Because you don't need very much to do that. You can find Rust crates, or what they call Rust crate, which is a library to do the connection to Twitch, and you can just do a simple WebSocket connection to the Twitch chat, and it would force you to learn how to use a library like Tungstenite, for example. Connecting to Twitch chat with Tungstenite's really ridiculously easy once you've learned how to use a WebSocket in Rust, which is looking at the examples from Tungstenite, for example. But then it would be fun because now you have your own Twitch chat client. You'd start with just maybe printing out chat, and then you advance to, how can I then now log in with my credential, whatever, or OAuth token, and then how do I send messages back to chat? And that would be kind of fun. And then you maybe turn it into a Twitch chat bot, and then you could be like every other dev on Twitch who does programming. It's like a rite of passage. We all make our own bots eventually, right? So A Squared had another idea? Project that's way out of scope. Yeah, well, that's probably what I just described might be out of the scope of a brand new beginner. But I mean, it'd be fun, right? Just print it to standard out. Yeah, it depends on how much programming background you have. If you have a lot of programming background, do something fun like a Twitch bot. If not a whole lot, do something that's much simpler to start out with. Just like A Squared saying, just like the traditional example of a really, really early beginner program is a blackjack game or a tic-tac-toe. You've been coding for at least 12 years, okay, and then let's just jump directly into something fun like make a Twitch bot. Why not? Decide to make a web server. Web server works too, yeah. Especially if you are already familiar with HTTP, HTML, and all that stuff. It would just be learning how to do string manipulation in Rust. So there you go. Love my profile description? I don't know if it's a big flex. It's just the truth. All right. Anyway, that's where I would start with learning Rust. Okay, so I need to get that callback into here. So instead of doing that, I think I just do this, right? Online.emit image. This image, right? Onload, not online. Message : right? Oh, hold on. It's that's already included in that, so I just do emit image. Almost? What is image? Oh, it needs a reference count. Okay, so I need to change this to be reference counted. Actually, now that I think about it, maybe I don't need it to be reference count. I don't need it to be stored here because it's being carried in the closure that we're holding on to, right? In fact, I can probably drop the closure once we get the message back. What if there's an error? Yeah, what happens if there's an error? I guess I could test that by trying to load from a URL that's bad. Yeah, anyway, hold on. Back down to here, please. Wait a minute, what? Hold on, what did I do wrong here? Just doing that is a problem? Why? Expected a mutable closure. Found something else. It's not implemented for that. Wrap it in a closure with no arguments. Require for the cast object to die in FN. Is this not an FN mute then? Is it because you can only emit once? No, that you can call emit multiple times. Then is it image? Oh, it's because we're moving image out, right? Okay. FN mute means you can call it more than once, so this is a problem. I guess I can say, put it into an option. So I can say, sum. And then I can say if let sum image equal image emit it. No? That should be recallable. I don't get it then. You move the callback and it doesn't like it. I should be able to move this callback. I can understand why it a moment ago was an FN once because you can't call it a second time because we move out of image. But here I'm not moving out of the image. I'm oh, I still am. That's the problem. I need to do image.take. Now it should work, right? That has to be mutable. So how do I declare it as mutable? There we go. Ha 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 ha. There we go. So the problem before was this actually consumes the image. If you look at the signature for emit, it takes it by value. So you can't call it twice, right? But FN mute by definition means a function you can call twice or more. Now this you can call twice because the second time you call it, there'll be no image left, and so it won't emit the callback. But the error message was really kind of confusing about what I was doing wrong. The error message should have been something like, you would be moving out of image, you're in an FN mute, so think about what would happen the second time you called it, right? It would be illegal. You need to be FN mute, so that means you basically when you're dealing with FN mute, it means you can change what you captured, but you have to assume it might be called multiple times. So you can't put any code in here that moves out of the closure. So this would move out of the closure unless I put it into an option and did take. Might be worth handling an error case with at least. So yeah, I could do something like else error. Oops. The image got loaded twice, I guess. Something like that. Because it's only supposed to be called once the image is loaded, right? So it shouldn't be called more than once. But it's using a mechanism that requires an fn mute instead of an... If the API said fn once, we would have been okay, right? Because an fn once, by definition, can only be called once. Say future rhyme with a lot of headache here. Oh, that if I ever see that, then it will have challenged an assumption of mine that this should only be called once. Yeah, sounds good to me. All right, so we're back to this should work again. And it should actually move it. It'll move it back into this as a message handler here. We should see it, but yeah. So we don't see anything different on the outside, but we know internally now we have access to self and all that stuff. So that means I can do something like load texture or something. Well, another thing I want to do is clean up. I don't think I need this test image because that got moved into the closure, so I'm gonna delete it. But I do need to hold on to that, and I want to drop it when we get to where is it? Where is it? Right here. So here we can take it out. Or I used to do that, but people told me that they'd rather see it be assigned to none. So we do that because we expect it to only be... Because why hold on to it if we don't expect it to be called a second time, right? And then here I don't need to do that, which means I probably don't need this to be reference counted at all. Oh no, we do have it reference counted up to here. But I can't take it out. Okay, it has to be reference counted because it's actually shared momentarily by the closure holds onto it, and then we need to hold on to it a little bit, but after that we can drop it. So there really is only going to be two references for a short period of time, and then back down to one reference that the closure holds onto. But when we emit it, I can actually take it out, right? How do I take it out? Do I do as ref? Can you take something out of a reference of an RC? Are you allowed to do that? I don't think so, actually. Where's my main Rust documentation? One of my many tabs here. Not yet another tab. Okay. Can I take out of an RC, or is that illegal? Yeah. Well, Actually, I think it's illegal because this closure has no way of knowing when this code finishes. So it should be an RC all the way to the end. Okay, I've convinced myself it should stay as an RC because we have no idea when the rest of the code actually drops its count. It's fine. We don't need to store test image, and we can drop test image loaded once we know that we've gotten the onload call to happen. So we don't need that. So this should still work now, right? Recompiling. Yeah, well, I have an option. In the closure, right? Yeah, that's technically an option of a reference count. I was trying to get rid of that RC, but I don't think we can. Yeah, so it didn't crash. We still load. All right, good. So then let's do more. Let's just move this all into test code. Self dot load test texture. Ugh. All right. This is all kind of a hack right now, right? Image RC HTML image element. Okay, so then I guess I'll cheat and look at this nice example here. The texture. GL create a texture, okay. So let test texture equal cell. Oh, hold on. I can get GL first, right? Where is it? This. GL dot create texture dot expect unable to create Webgl texture. Let me guess. I need another feature for that. Create texture. I bet it's Webgl texture. Yep. Webgl texture. All right. Getting good at this. RC doesn't allow mutable access, so you need to, yeah, the ref cell. Don't think we need mutable access to this image element. I think because everything in Rust that's actually handled to JavaScript can be, or does not require mutability because it doesn't mutate anything in Rust. They're all just handles. They're in effect really just references into a JavaScript thing, which is another reason why I might want to get, maybe if we can clone that directly, I don't need this RC. Because if that's just a reference, you would think that I'd be able to just call clone on it, and now I haven't cloned the image, I've just cloned the handle in JavaScript to the same image. That might be something I can try to do. But yeah, I think this is a bit redundant. As indicated by that, I don't need mutable access to it to like load it. I never made that mutable, right? I just made it, and it's not mutable, and yet I was able to set, and these are all immutable. It's a strong indicator that this thing is really just a handle, like itself a reference to something else that's mutable, inherently mutable. And everything in JavaScript is inherently mutable, right? If you wanted to move out the RCK, you need to mutate the option. Yes. I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's why you can't take it out of the RC, because you'd have to be... Yeah, so right, you could take it out of the RC if you had an RC option, and then you did a take on it, right? Or RC ref cell option. That's what you wrote, right? RC ref cell option, yeah. Then you could take out of the option when you have the cell locked, and yeah, sure. Then we're getting a little bit overboard. We're doing things we shouldn't need to do at that point, right? Back to here. I hate having to consult the examples, but it's the fastest way to do this, right? GL bind texture, right? And then it's the context web, GL rendering context texture 2D, some test texture, and then that is infallible. Next line is, now that's quite the name, text image 2D with i32 and i32 and i32 and format and type and opt u8 array. That is quite the function name. Is that the longest one we found so far? Or did A squared find a longer one? A squared found... Oh no, that's the one you found. Oh no, yours is slightly longer. Instead of opt u8 array, it's opt array buffer view. Okay, so we're getting close to... And that's not... It wasn't A squared, it was everx. Almost as long as the one everx found, just slightly shorter. Right. Here. That's quite the function. It's because a lot of these are optional, I bet, right? That text image 2D is just a heavily overloaded function. Can I use a shorter one? Or are all these just really long? Okay, there's and canvas and image. Pixels. So what's the difference between these? This is if I give it an explicit width and height. Do I need to do that? I guess I should just look at MDN documentation. Thank you for that follow, by the way. Okay, then what's the difference between that, or hold on. That and that. What's the difference? Oh, I see. One's a object. And okay, so I guess these already have the width and height in them. This is the one I need, actually, because I have an HTML image element. Right, so it depends on the thing you're passing. So this, probably we're not passing width and height because it's built, it can be grabbed from the image. So gl.text sub image 2D and width u32 and u32 and image. Is that what I want? No, I want text image. Not text sub image. I want this one. Text image 2D. Text image 2D with u32 and u32 and image. We'll have to find out what they mean by target and level. What's level? Level 0. I don't know what the level is. We'll have to look at the documentation. What is level? Level. A glint specifying the level of detail. 0 is the base image. Okay, so this is if it's mapped. So we'd want to do 0. The target is, we already put that one in there, right? Texture 2D. So, well, this one. Let's be nice about this level. Const level, which is I32 equals 0. And then internal format. Hello. Internal format is RGBA. Assuming that's what it should be. RGBA. Yeah, mip-map level 0. Okay, and then too many things. Too many tabs. Format. What is format? Is that the one I just did? There's internal format and then format. Why do we need both? I don't know. A GLenum specifying the format of the textile data. This must be the same as internal format. Okay, it must be the same. Then let you be the same. Okay, easy. Type and then image. What's type? Type, specifying the data type of the textile data. What does the example do? Unsigned byte. I sort of remember what the difference is. Yeah, it's if you want to compress the color information. So we want unsigned byte. And finally, the image, right? Will it let me do that? Almost. What's wrong here? Uh-oh. Expected assigned value. Did I get the argument wrong? The third argument is level. Yep, I have that wrong. Oh no, self is included, so it's internal format that I got wrong. Internal format is wrong. Do they just cast it then? Ah, yeah, they do. Who knows why? There's a result, yes. I'll just play it fast and loose and just unwrap it. Lip flap level 0, yeah, exactly. So there's peculiarities about the API, like why have the internal format be an assigned integer and the format be unsigned? Right? Is that just some kind of peculiarity of OpenGL? That this is a GLE num, but this other one is not? Internal format. I know they're both GLE nums. So why is one signed and the other's unsigned? GLE num is unsigned. So why did they have internal format signed? Hold on. Why is that signed? It should be unsigned. I don't get it. I want to know these things. It's the same in C. OpenGL generally involves a lot of casting. Yeah, but there's usually a reason. Like we found out the reason for the other one we were looking at was because they represent a failure as a -1. So that's why they made it signed. That's the type of signature in C as well. But there's probably a reason. Like maybe this can be negative for certain values of one of the other arguments, right? When would you use question mark operator to unwrap? The question mark operator is when the function you're in can return. So like if I returned a result of something, right? Then a question mark here would allow me to return the result if it's an error, right? But since I'm not returning anything, that means we're handling everything, and so we either have to handle it by dealing with the result directly, or just unwrap is sort of like saying, well, if it's an error, just panic, you know? So question mark operators if you want to bubble it up, so to speak, and let upper layer deal with it, which I've been doing elsewhere. Like right here. This we can bubble up because in this function chain, it's handled by this iflet, right? So if it's none, then we don't do anything. What's a better example? Like all of these, when we're initializing the stage and we're creating shaders, every time we have something that could fail right here, we can do an early return. Question mark basically means early return if you get none or error. And you can only do it if you're returning a result or an option. It's really just shorthand for like, if... I'll show you literally what the shorthand is. It would be match that OK x x error return error. There, that's the equivalent of the question mark operator, right? So when you see question mark operator, think that it's doing that for you, right? So all of that is done for me just by doing that. What? Did I screw something up here? Did I delete something by accident? Oh, I didn't. I just have a match here I need to get rid of. All right. Yeah, so when I'm I don't need that anymore. When I'm doing the text stuff, I wasn't prepared to handle errors, so because we're not returning anything. But if I was returning something, I could put a question mark there. Be properly represented in Rust without it in some cases. You forget what? You can pass it, no problem. See, Zio. You can pass the number of channels instead, so it can be, is it an integer? Oh, really? But again, why would you use a negative number? It's just weird. Can Rust be used for anything? Pretty much Dota to Project Prodigy. It's getting there. If you could put it into a web browser, that's pretty much anything, right? Okay, so this should get into the GPU, right? This magic part where it figures out how, using the browser, how to get the image from the element into the GPU through the Webgl API. So then I want to do something with that texture, right? I want, oh, right, there are some parameters we also want to set, right? We have it bound. Let me go back to the other example. Where was it? Yeah, I wanted to set the mag filter, magnification filter, so that when we blow it up in size, that it doesn't get blurred, right? So gl.text parameter. I'm guessing. I guess I should just look it up. Oh, really? It's really already 5:30. I've been going 4 hours. I really should take a break. It's gonna take me a while to actually get this on the screen, right? Because then I gotta update my shaders and then pick a different geometry so that it looks like a quad. How about if I finish this tomorrow? I'll say to do set texture parameters so we can magnify without blurring. And then to do store texture for use in rendering. And then render stage should say something like, yeah, like right before here, to do bind our test texture and use it to draw a tile. And once I get it to draw tiles, then I just go to clean that up and make it so that I can make batches of tile draws. And then I'll be able to draw the game world minus any of the text or other little annotations I use as an admin, which is actually pretty far into what I want. Yeah, I should probably get going. It's been 4 hours. And I think I need a break. But this builds so far, right? Let me make sure it builds. I'll check it in. Oh, no. It crashed. What did it crash on? Got a nice stack trace. Security error. Failed to execute text image 2D on WebGL context. Contains cross-origin data and may not be loaded. Oh, interesting. Right, because I loaded it from a different website. Okay, I do need to fix that. So, how do I need to, like, allow a cross-origin load, right? I wonder if this example had that in there. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Hey there, Master Agent Miyazaki. I gotta wrap up the stream soon because I'm getting kind of tired. Where set cross origin? That's what it is. Set cross origin. Let me look that up. Set cross origin. Set the cross origin field. Okay, what does that do? Specifies the cross origin resource sharing setting to use. If cross origin is set to empty string, the anonymous mode is selected. Requests by the image tag have their mode set to cores and the credentials mode set to same origin. That means that cores is enabled, the credentials are sent if the image is fetched from the same origin. Is that what I want? Oh, you know what? I might have set up my the image in S3 to not allow it to be loaded by my client. I can try it though. I can try doing this set cross order. If that doesn't work, I might have to change it in S3 to allow those images to be loaded cross-site. Yeah, I remember having to do something for the client config. All right, so then it's here, right? So I could just do it as the first thing we do, right? That's what they do. Image.set origin, set cross origin. Some empty string. And try again. Let's just wait for it to reload first. Compile the crate. Compile the Webpack. Reload. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is what I got with the client config, which means I need to change the S3 config for my resources. It's because I don't have localhost 8080 as an allowed origin. So, yeah, the easiest is for me to go into S3 and just allow this origin. Or, I guess alternatively, I could tell Webpack to serve from the same port I usually use for, or used to use for client debugging. I think it was port 9000 or something like that. Yeah. Anyway, I think this would work as long as I fix the allowed origin on S3. So I'll do that. I should probably do that after my break. I don't have to do it on stream. I'll fix S3 later today, and then tomorrow, if I'm streaming tomorrow, it'll be to continue this work. I want to get the this image loaded into the GPU so that I can use it to paint tiles here. And if I can do that, that'll be really awesome. So, and I need to clean up the code, obviously, and maybe start the process of writing down everything I learned, put that into a YouTube video. Because I would have loved to have watched a YouTube video that explained this all to me before. Who will I host? I don't know. Who should I host? If you don't specify cross-origin, the image is fetched with no cores. Yeah, so we want to go cross-origin. I just need to have the server mark it as that we allow it, right? It should say I'll access allow origin that. I just haven't done that. Access violations in your web browser is a new one. Well, it was giving me a nice stack trace. That's what happens when we panic in Rust. Yeah, I don't know who we're gonna host, but let me finish checking this stuff in. I'm gonna call this like a work in progress. Work in progress. Adding code to draw the game world. So right now it's draw a nice green triangle. Rite of passage. So the other one is load a test image from the back end into the GPU for use as a texture atlas for drawing tiles. What else did I do? Illuminati simulator, what? Who's that? Is that someone to host? Oh, okay. Break out web sys dependencies for easier maintenance. Euclidean geometry test case. I remember that. This is bringing in... Oh, right. Compile and link... Actually, that's part of this, actually. This includes compiling and linking a simple shader program, filling a texture, a vertex buffer, binding attribute to it, and drawing drawing it all. Yep. So that includes all of the All the what? What was I about to say? It includes this init stage stuff, so compiling the fragment shader, vertex shader, making the program, linking it. I need to clean that stuff up. Okay, this is what we were working on, right? Loading the test texture. That's as far as I got. This is the actual drawing. The drawing of the triangle. Okay. Didn't do anything more, really. Oh, this other change. So use box sizing border box for the stage canvas so that we can use the client bounds to figure out the width height to set for the canvas element. That's what we did there. Okay, and then we didn't need to do that, I don't think. Yeah, let me undo that one. I had added a function there, but I removed it, which means I don't need these extra uses. So that goes away. Okay, and there's the simple pass. This is basically the simplest shader program you can ever have. It's just drawing a green. It's drawing green triangles in 2D without any kind of transforms. Yeah, that's green. Not super saturated green, but a little bit desaturated. And that's just passing through the vertices. So we're using display coordinates. All right, that's it. Stage all of that good stuff. Commit that guy. Need to make sure that the angle's out to 180. But the experiment I saw was non-Euclidean, a non-Euclidean game in which the angles did not add up. They did some really freaky stuff, like you walk down a corridor, and when you get to the end, you're smaller than you were when you went in, or vice versa. It's a very cool concept. Anyway, I gotta go rate somebody because I gotta take a break. There's no place like clip space. Oh, Anthony Writes Code just started up. He's a cool guy to watch. Why is my mute button not working? Weird. Glitch there. Alright, Anthony Writes Code is who I'm going to be rating. Looks like he is working on open source Python programming. Looks like he's working on something that's in AWS, so that's kind of cool. Let me go set that up. Hope you enjoy Anthony Writes Code. He's another person who likes to do the Advent of Code every year. And last year he did a really fun variety on that, where he was doing a lot of his programs in SQL, which was really funny and cool at the same time. Hope you enjoy his stream, and I guess I will see you guys tomorrow or the next day. And take care until then. All right, thank you for watching. Bye!